Some lessons arrive gently, like drifting fog. Others come quietly, but leave a deeper chill behind. This one came to me in whispers, wrapped in calm words and soft eyes, and it changed the way I see myself forever. For a long time, I believed I understood strength. I carried that belief with confidence, almost comfort. Years of training, countless matches, moments where adrenaline drowned out fear, each memory stacked neatly in my mind, proof that I knew how to stand my ground. Fighting, to me, was control, precision, victory. I wore that certainty like armor, never questioning if it protected anything beyond my pride. Then there was Cloudy Heart. She spoke gently, never raising her voice, never mocking. And yet, with a calmness that unsettled me, she told me something I wasn't prepared to hear. That I wasn't as skilled as I thought. That what I called strength was incomplete. I laughed at first. I showed her records, memories, moments I'd replayed in my mind for years. She watched patiently, her expression soft, almost sad. And when I finished, she simply shook her head. Her disagreement was quiet, but absolute. One evening, under a sky heavy with clouds, she led me somewhere unfamiliar. The air was still. The ground felt cool beneath my feet. She told me I would face several opponents, nothing unusual for me. But then she placed something warm and fragile in my arms. A small lamb, breathing softly, trusting without hesitation. I told myself it changed nothing. Confidence hummed through me like a familiar song. And when everything was over, when silence returned, I stood tall, heart steady, certain I had proven my point. I turned to her, expecting acknowledgement. She didn't look at me. She looked down. Only then did I notice how still the lamb had become. Not harmed in any loud or obvious way, just gone. As if its trust had quietly faded away while I was too focused on winning. I spoke quickly then. Excuses came easily. I blamed circumstance, distraction, chance. Cloudy Heart didn't argue. She never did. She only listened. Time passed. And again, she tested me. Again, I succeeded in the way I always measured success. And again, what I carried did not survive the moment. No blood, no chaos, just silence where life had been. That silence stayed with me longer than any defeat ever had. Still, my pride held on. I asked for something greater, heavier, more meaningful. Cloudy Heart agreed without resistance. This time, what rested in my arms felt different, more important. And when the moment ended, it remained warm, breathing, present. Relief washed over me. Victory at last. But Cloudy Heart's voice returned, calm as ever. She reminded me of the moments before, and as her words settled, the illusion faded. What I had been holding was not what I believed. The truth revealed itself slowly, gently, like fog lifting at dawn. Another lamb. Another quiet loss I hadn't wanted to see. I felt something loosen inside me then. Not fear, not shame, but understanding. Cloudy Heart finally met my eyes. "You know how to fight," she said softly, "but you don't yet know how to protect." The night felt still after that. No judgment, no anger, just a calm awareness settling over me like a blanket. And as that awareness followed me into sleep, it felt as though this story was only one step along a longer path, one that continues quietly into the next dream, and the next. Some doubts arrive quietly, like a thought you almost miss as you drift toward sleep. Others wait patiently, growing heavier night after night. This one began as a simple unease, and ended as a whisper I still hear when the world goes quiet. For most of my adult life, I believed in the company I worked for. Gen X wasn't perfect, but I told myself that progress never was. 15 years of routine, paperwork, and careful justifications had a way of smoothing over sharp edges. I convinced myself that if humanity benefited in the end, then the steps along the way could be forgiven. When I was promoted to site supervisor, I took pride in the responsibility. Traveling from lab to lab, reviewing research, documenting procedures, it all felt clean and orderly on paper. My new duty was to ensure transparency, especially where animals were involved. Everything would be recorded, published, accounted for. At least, that was the idea. The first two facilities were exactly what I expected. Sterile halls. Measured optimism. Then came the third location. The building itself was unremarkable, quiet in a way that felt intentional. Inside, the lead researcher greeted me with polite confidence. Dr. Sam Reinbach spoke softly, smiling often, explaining his work with careful enthusiasm. He described his project as a way to encourage cooperation, a subtle shift in perspective rather than forced emotion. I listened, nodding, writing notes. The science wasn't my concern, only the boundaries. When he mentioned bees, something in his tone changed. Not excitement, reverence. Later, he guided me to an observation room. The lights came on slowly, and the space revealed itself in muted colors. What I saw wasn't violent or chaotic. It was wrong in a quieter way. The animals had built something together. A structure that pulsed faintly, rising and spreading as if responding to a shared rhythm. They moved in perfect coordination, calm, purposeful, too purposeful. I felt watched, though nothing looked directly at me. I completed my report honestly. No rules broken. Nothing explicitly harmful. Still, I recommended changes. A different direction. A different leader. Months passed. I tried to forget the soft, cloying scent that lingered in that building. Tried to convince myself discomfort wasn't evidence. Then I returned. This time, the facility was quiet. Too quiet. Lights were off. Doors were open. The air carried that same gentle sweetness, heavier now, almost welcoming. The walls had changed. What had once been contained had begun to spread, coating surfaces in organic patterns that glistened faintly in the dark. It wasn't decay. It was growth. I moved carefully, heart steady but slow. Shapes appeared in the walls, outlines that suggested people, frozen mid-motion, faces peaceful in a way that felt deeply unnatural. They weren't struggling. They were resting. I understood then. This wasn't a lab anymore. It was a community. Voices echoed softly through the halls. Calm voices, reassuring ones. They spoke of belonging, of contribution, of becoming something larger. I tried to leave. Sleep must have taken me somewhere between fear and exhaustion, because when I woke again, the building felt warmer, alive. I was surrounded, not by threats, but by patience. They offered me a choice, spoken gently, as if either answer was acceptable: to remain myself, forever separate, or to join, to be held, to be useful. For a moment, the peace tempted me. I ran instead. I don't know how I escaped. I only remember cool air, rain on my face, and silence breaking like glass behind me. Now, even far away, I still notice it sometimes. That faint sweetness in the air. That comforting thought that maybe being alone is unnecessary. That rest could be shared. If you ever notice a scent like warm honey where it doesn't belong, if the quiet feels too welcoming, let sleep take you somewhere else. There are other stories waiting. Some voices stay with you long after the line goes quiet. Not because they shouted, not because they begged, but because they sounded calm when they shouldn't have. This is one of those voices. I was working the late shift when the call came in. The building was quiet, lights dimmed, rain tapping softly against the high windows. Most calls at that hour blur together. Arguments, misunderstandings, fear softened by distance. I had already settled into that gentle, practiced calm that lets you guide someone through their worst moment without letting it touch you. The line opened with breathing. Fast, uneven, but controlled, like someone trying very hard not to panic. He spoke politely when he finally did, almost formally. He asked for help. I asked for his address, and he gave it clearly, too clearly. House number, street name, even a small detail about the mailbox, as if accuracy mattered deeply to him. I typed it in, listening, already feeling that quiet sense that something wasn't quite aligned. When I asked what was happening, he hesitated. Then he said, gently, that the people in his house were changing, not screaming, not angry, just changing. He said they still looked like his family, but something about them felt wrong, like they didn't quite fit themselves anymore. Like watching a reflection lag half a second behind the person standing in front of the mirror. There were sounds in the background, soft movements, a scrape across the floor. Nothing sudden, nothing loud. When I asked how many people were there with him, he paused again, answered carefully, as if counting was difficult now. I kept my voice steady. That calm becomes a kind of anchor, both for the caller and for yourself. He told me someone was hurt, that he'd tried to stop things before they went too far. He didn't sound angry about it. He sounded tired. I dispatched units quietly, efficiently, the way muscle memory takes over. My hands moved while my mind stayed with his voice. He said he brought everyone into a well-lit room. Darkness, he explained, made it harder to tell what was real. I remember the way he spoke about it, not as fear, but as problem-solving. Like a man fixing something delicate and fragile, afraid of breaking it further. At one point, I heard a small voice in the distance. Soft, unsteady. It didn't last long. The line filled with silence afterward, broken only by his breathing. I told him help was coming. I told him to step away, to stay safe. He replied that he already was, that he was doing what had to be done. When sirens finally reached the edge of the call, his voice changed for the first time. Not fear, confusion. He asked me, quietly, why his hands didn't feel right anymore. Then the phone filled with other voices, commands, movement, the careful order of professionals stepping into a place where order had already vanished. The call disconnected. Later, much later, reports would come across my desk. Clean words, clinical phrasing, enough information to understand, but not enough to ever forget. What keeps me awake isn't what happened in that house. It's the certainty in his voice, the calm belief that he was protecting something precious, that he thought he was saving his family. And sometimes, when the rain sounds just right and the room is very still, I wonder how many people fall asleep believing they're the hero of their own quiet tragedy. But that's a thought for another night. Another story is already waiting to be told. The first time I ever heard Don Sal's name spoken out loud, it was said the way people talk about storms that haven't arrived yet, quietly, with respect, and just a hint of worry. I didn't expect to meet him so soon in my life, and I certainly didn't expect the night to linger in my thoughts the way it still does, long after everything else has faded. I remember being led through the back of a restaurant that smelled of warm bread, simmering sauce, and steam rising from metal pots. The kitchen was alive with motion, but none of it felt rushed. It was the kind of place where sounds blended together into a steady hum, almost comforting if you let it be. A man named Lenny guided me along without saying much, his footsteps confident, as if he'd walked this path many times before. At the far end, past a door marked for staff only, the air changed. It felt heavier somehow, quieter. Lenny paused, lightly scratching the door in a strange, deliberate pattern, then stepped aside. He gave me a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes and nodded for me to go in. The room beyond was dim, lit by a single lamp that swayed slightly, casting slow-moving shadows across the walls. At first, I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. Shapes blurred together until my eyes adjusted, and then I realized someone was sitting there, impossibly large, folded into a chair that looked far too small to hold him. Don Sal didn't look at me right away. He was focused on the plate in front of him, eating slowly, rhythmically, as if every movement followed a private routine. The quiet was broken only by the faint sound of breathing and the soft clink of cutlery. I felt suddenly aware of my own heartbeat, steady but loud in my ears. I introduced myself in a low voice, careful not to disturb the stillness of the room. My words seemed to float there, unanswered. Don Sal continued what he was doing, unhurried, as though time itself moved differently around him. As I stood there, I noticed small details. The sheen of sweat on his brow, the way the light reflected off his smooth scalp, the rise and fall of his shoulders as he breathed. There was nothing outwardly threatening, yet an unspoken pressure filled the space, a sense that I was standing before someone who carried immense weight, not just in size, but in presence. When he finally spoke, his voice was deep and resonant, echoing softly against the walls. It wasn't loud, but it didn't need to be. Every word felt carefully placed, deliberate. He knew who I was. He knew my family. Hearing my name in his voice made my stomach tighten in a way I couldn't quite explain. I tried to relax, even joked lightly, hoping to ease the tension. For a moment, it almost worked. His expression shifted, something like amusement passing over his face, and I thought maybe I'd misjudged the situation. Then the mood changed, not sharply, but slowly, like a cloud drifting across the moon. Don Sal spoke of obligations, of old traditions, of debts that weren't written down but still demanded to be honored. His words were calm, almost gentle, yet they carried a gravity that pressed down on me. He mentioned something symbolic, something personal, described in a way that was more ritual than threat. I didn't fully understand it, only that it involved my family and a promise I couldn't easily explain away. Fear crept in quietly, settling behind my ribs without raising its voice. When he finally dismissed me, it wasn't with anger. It was with certainty. He told me to return after some time had passed, once I had done what was asked. There was no rush in his tone, as if he already knew how things would unfold. I left the room on unsteady legs, the sounds of the restaurant returning as soon as the door closed behind me. Outside, the night air felt cool and strangely soothing against my skin. I walked until the city lights softened and familiar streets appeared, leading me back toward the place I'd always considered safe. Standing in front of my parents' building, I looked up at the dark windows and felt the weight of the night settle in. The world was quiet, peaceful even, but my thoughts kept circling back to that dim room, that calm voice, and the promise I'd made without fully understanding it. I took a slow breath, reached for the door, and stepped inside, knowing this was only the beginning. And as the night stretched on, it felt as though another story was already waiting just beyond the edge of sleep, ready to unfold. Some moments don't announce themselves as important. They arrive quietly, slip into an ordinary day, and wait patiently to be remembered later. This is one of those moments. It didn't feel frightening when it happened. It felt calm, forgettable, almost gentle. Last October, on a quiet Wednesday afternoon, I took the long way home after an appointment was canceled mid-drive. The rural road stretched out in soft gray lines, bordered by fields already turning dull with autumn. The air felt settled, the kind of stillness where even the wind seems to move slowly. Route 58 was nearly empty, and the radio hummed low enough to blend with the sound of tires on pavement. About a mile past the old grain elevator, I noticed a silver sedan pulled onto the gravel shoulder. Its hazard lights blinked lazily, orange against the pale sky. A man stood behind the open trunk, not signaling for help, not pacing or checking a phone. He was simply there, hands resting at his sides, as if waiting for the road itself to respond. I passed him at first, then slowed, something subtle tugging at my attention. With little traffic and plenty of daylight, I turned back and pulled over ahead of him. When I asked if he needed help, he turned calmly. He looked unremarkable in every possible way, neatly dressed, clean, familiar. The kind of face you forget the moment you stop looking at it. He thanked me politely and explained that the spare tire was fine, but the jack wasn't cooperating. His voice was steady, relaxed, carrying no urgency at all. I offered to grab the jack from my truck. He stayed by his car while I walked away, giving me space without being asked. When I returned, he stepped aside, watching quietly as I worked. The car itself was ordinary too, newer model, silver paint catching the light without personality. The flat tire hadn't been touched. No tools laid out, no attempt made. We talked in fragments as I worked. He said he'd been there about 20 minutes. Only one car had passed. People were busy, he said, without bitterness. He mentioned he was visiting an old friend, someone he hadn't seen in years. It was meant to be a surprise. The way he said it made it sound gentle, almost hopeful. At one point, he asked where I lived. When I answered, he nodded thoughtfully and asked if I lived alone. The question floated between us, light and casual, but it lingered longer than the others. I told him my wife and I lived together, and he seemed pleased by that, commenting on how empty the area could feel. When the flat tire was off, he stepped forward to take it from me, and our hands brushed. His skin was cool, his grip dry, strangely dry, considering the work I'd been doing. I noticed it only because of the contrast with my own damp gloves. He thanked me again, sincerely, and offered to pay. I declined. Instead, we shook hands. He held on just a moment longer than expected, studying my face in a way that felt thoughtful rather than intrusive. He told me I was a good person, that I paid attention, that most people didn't anymore. I didn't know how to respond, so I wished him luck finding his friend. He said he would. He got into the car, waved once, and drove off around the bend, leaving the road quiet again. I sat in my truck for a minute afterward, breathing, letting the ordinary world settle back into place. Nothing felt wrong. I went home, made dinner, and let the memory fade. Weeks later, during breakfast, I read a short article about several women found in isolated homes not far from where I lived. The details were sparse, but one thing stood out. A witness mentioned a silver mid-sized sedan. A rental. I stared at the words longer than I meant to, thinking about dry hands, untouched lug nuts, and questions that suddenly felt heavier in hindsight. Maybe it wasn't him. Maybe it was coincidence. Roads are full of silver cars, and memory has a way of reshaping itself when fear enters the picture. Still, I sometimes replay the conversation in my mind, wondering how different it might have been if I'd answered differently. If I'd been alone. If the road had been emptier. If I hadn't stopped at all. I don't take the long way home anymore. But some nights, when the house is quiet and the rain taps softly against the windows, I find myself watching the road beyond our driveway, waiting for headlights to pass without slowing, letting the darkness drift by. And as the night deepens and the world remains still, that thought gently fades, making room for the next quiet story, already waiting to be told. Some nights feel heavier than others, as if the dark itself has decided to linger. You don't notice it right away. It settles in slowly, quietly, until even familiar walls feel slightly unfamiliar. That night, I didn't know yet that sleep would refuse to come. After returning from a short camping trip, I was relieved to reach the rented room I was staying in, a lonely house tucked far away from anything resembling a town. It sat at the end of an unmarked road, hidden between two wide, silent farms. If I tried to give directions, they would sound like guesswork. The place existed more as an idea than a destination, surrounded by fields and long stretches of shadow. The day itself had already left me shaken. Work had gone wrong in small but serious ways, the kind of mistakes that make you think afterward about how narrowly things missed becoming disasters. By the time I stopped at the gas station on the way home, close enough to feel routine, far enough to feel isolated, I was exhausted. Back in the house, I let music play softly and opened a beer, hoping the familiar rhythm of evening would calm my nerves and guide me gently toward sleep. It didn't. Between songs, the sound of coyotes drifted in through the open window. Their distant calls echoed across the fields, lonely but normal for the area. I barely reacted at first. Then another sound joined them, lower, slower, and filled with distress. It wasn't sharp or sudden, just heavy and uneven, carrying across the land in a way that made my chest tighten. Something wasn't right. Without fully understanding why, I felt an instinctive pull to check. I stepped outside, the cool air brushing my skin, and moved toward the tree line separating the property from the fields beyond. The moon hung low, pale and watchful, painting everything in muted silver. Each step felt deliberate, careful, as though the night itself was listening. When I reached the edge of the field, I stopped. Shapes moved in the distance, fast, circling shadows blending together into restless motion. At the center stood a large, helpless figure, barely moving now, surrounded by that shifting ring. I couldn't hear individual sounds anymore, only a dull, unsettling chorus that rose and fell like wind through tall grass. I felt sick, frozen between the urge to intervene and the knowledge that I was completely outmatched by the situation. I acted more out of instinct than courage. The noise scattered briefly, just enough to create space, enough to change the rhythm of what I was seeing. For a moment, hope flickered, thin and fragile. But it didn't last. The field grew quiet again, unnaturally so, as if the night had taken a deep breath and held it. That was when the shadows began to change. From the place where the movement had been densest, something slowly stood apart from the darkness. It didn't rush or lunge. It rose calmly, as if it had always been there and was only now choosing to be seen. The moonlight caught on a pale outline, suggesting a shape that was almost human, dressed in something that looked oddly formal for the middle of nowhere. It turned its head slightly, as if noticing me for the first time. I didn't wait to understand more. Fear arrived all at once, sharp and undeniable, and I ran. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was inside, door locked, breath shallow and hands trembling. The house felt smaller then, the walls thinner, the silence heavier than before. Morning eventually came, soft and colorless. The sun rose, but it brought no comfort with it. Sleep never did. Even in daylight, the memory lingered, quiet but persistent, like a shadow that refuses to move. And as the world slowly brightened, I lay awake, knowing this night would not fade easily, only soften, making room for the next uneasy memory waiting just beyond the edge of sleep. Some moments arrive quietly, without warning, and stay with us long after they pass. They don't shout or demand attention. They simply settle somewhere deep, waiting for the night to grow still enough to be remembered. This is one of those moments. When I first noticed her, it felt harmless. A gentle admiration, the kind that never asks to be returned. She sat a few seats ahead of me, close enough that I could hear her laugh, far enough that it felt safe to keep my thoughts to myself. I liked the ordinary details, the way she focused when listening, the soft rhythm of her movements, the calm presence she carried with her into every room. Nothing about it felt strange. It felt like the beginning of something simple and unspoken. Our classroom had its own quiet personality. The hum of lights overhead, the scratch of pens on paper, the low murmur of voices blending into a steady background sound. It was a place where time moved slowly, predictably. I watched her the way people watch rain on a window, without expectation, without intent, just noticing. Then, one afternoon, that stillness shifted. She paused mid-movement, as if briefly lost in thought. The room didn't notice right away. When she touched her face, it seemed reflexive, almost absent-minded. A teacher asked if she was all right. Chairs creaked. Someone laughed nervously. It was all very small, very human, but the mood changed, just enough to be felt. She was escorted out quietly, surrounded by soft voices and concerned glances. The class slowly emptied after that, conversations hushed, everyone carrying a sense that something delicate had cracked. I stayed behind for a moment longer than necessary, letting the silence settle again. What stayed with me wasn't fear. It was the stillness that followed. The way everything else faded when something unexpected happened. The calm that settled in the space she left behind, like the room itself was holding its breath. After that day, I noticed patterns. Not dramatic ones, small, nearly invisible shifts. I became more aware of pauses, of moments when the ordinary rhythm of life stuttered. I told myself it was concern, curiosity, empathy, all reasonable things. I learned how to be attentive in ways that looked kind, offering help, walking alongside, being present without being noticed. People praised that sort of quiet care. They always do. And I believed it myself, at least at first. But the truth is, I was listening for something else. Not a sound exactly, more like a feeling. That same hush I'd felt before, when the world briefly softened and everything felt aligned. It didn't come often. When it did, it never lasted long. And when it faded, the noise of everything else returned heavier than before. Time passed. Life moved on, as it always does. The moments I waited for grew rarer. The calm became harder to reach. I told myself this was normal, that everyone misses certain feelings once they've gone. That memory has a way of polishing moments until they seem brighter than they were. Eventually, distance did what time could not. Paths diverged. The classroom changed. Names faded into familiarity instead of focus. What remained was the memory of that stillness, tucked carefully away, like a pressed flower between pages. I learned something about myself during that period. Not something dangerous, just something quiet and difficult to explain. Some people chase excitement. Some chase connection. I found myself drawn to silence, to the spaces between moments, where everything feels briefly honest and unguarded. I don't dwell on it anymore. Not really. I let the memory exist without feeding it, the way you acknowledge a shadow without turning toward it. Nights are calmer now. The world feels steadier. And when the room grows quiet, when the sounds fade and sleep draws near, I let that stillness pass over me once more, soft, fleeting, harmless, before it drifts away, making space for the next story waiting gently in the dark. Some nights don't announce themselves as frightening. They arrive gently, wrapped in quiet, almost ordinary enough to be ignored. It's only later, when you lie awake listening to your own breathing, that you realize something has shifted. This is how it began for me, without noise, without urgency, just a small idea that refused to leave. Someone suggested I check for cameras. The thought alone made my room feel unfamiliar, as if the walls had leaned closer while I wasn't looking. We don't have any cameras in the house, at least none that anyone has ever mentioned. I searched my room anyway, slowly, opening drawers, checking shelves, scanning corners where shadows like to gather. I didn't find anything. Still, the unease stayed with me. The worst part was knowing I wouldn't recognize something small or cleverly hidden even if it was there. Another suggestion felt simpler, less frightening. Put something behind the door. Something that would make noise if the door opened. Something that would tell me, clearly, whether I was alone or not. That night, before bed, I chose a chair from my desk. It wasn't heavy, but it was solid enough. I locked my door and slid the chair beneath the handle, positioning it carefully so that even the slightest movement would cause it to scrape or fall. I paid close attention to the angle, the way one leg pressed slightly harder into the carpet than the others. I stood there for a moment longer than necessary, memorizing it, then climbed into bed. Sleep came slowly. The house made its usual sounds, pipes settling, distant air moving through vents, the soft hum of electricity in the walls. Nothing unusual, nothing threatening. When I finally slept, it was light and shallow, like floating just beneath the surface of water. In the morning, the first thing I did was look at the door. The chair was still there. It hadn't fallen. The door was still locked. For a brief, comforting second, I felt foolish for worrying at all. Then I noticed the chair wasn't exactly right. It was close, almost identical, but not the same. One leg had shifted. The angle was slightly different, as if someone had nudged it and then carefully placed it back. I stood there, staring, trying to explain it away. Maybe I'd moved it in my sleep. Maybe I'd misremembered. But the movement didn't feel accidental. It felt deliberate, controlled, like hands that knew how much was too much. I didn't tell anyone. The house felt normal that day. Sunlight filled the kitchen. My parents moved through their routines. My brother acted like himself. It was almost enough to convince me I'd imagined the whole thing, until my brother casually asked why I'd put a chair behind my door. My stomach dropped. I asked how he knew. He shrugged and said he'd heard scraping during the night and figured I was rearranging my room. I told him I'd gone to bed early. He paused for half a second, then said, "Oh," and changed the subject. His voice was calm. Too calm. Or maybe that was just my imagination searching for meaning. That night, I did it again. Same chair. Same careful placement. This time, I took a photo with my phone before turning off the light. I lay in bed afterward, listening more closely than I ever had before. Every small sound felt amplified. The house breathed around me, steady and slow. I woke up once in the night for no clear reason. Everything was quiet. The door was still locked. The chair stood where it should. I went back to sleep, telling myself that this was proof enough. Morning proved otherwise. The chair had moved again, just slightly, barely enough to notice. But the photo didn't lie. The difference was subtle, precise, like someone correcting a mistake rather than making one. No one said anything that day. My brother was polite, almost gentle. My parents said I seemed tired, stressed. They weren't wrong. But it wasn't exhaustion that kept me alert. It was awareness. We've talked about getting a camera, just in case. Until then, the chair stays where it is. Every night, the same ritual. Every morning, the same quiet inspection. What frightens me isn't the idea that something is touching my door. It's the patience behind it, the restraint. Whatever it is knows exactly how far it can go without being noticed. And that tells me it's paying attention. But for now, the house is quiet again. The night stretches on, calm and dark, inviting rest. So I lie still, listening, letting the silence settle, because somewhere beyond it, another story is already waiting. Some evenings arrive softly, like a question spoken too quietly to answer right away. They don't begin with fear or even with suspicion, just a gentle shift in the air, a moment that feels slightly out of place. That was how this night began for me, with a simple suggestion that didn't sound dangerous at all. "Honey," my husband said, his voice calm and almost careful, "don't you think it's time for a date night?" I remember looking at him for a long second, as if I were seeing a familiar photograph taken from a new angle. He had never been someone who planned dates. Romance, for him, was practical and understated. So hearing those words felt strange, but also oddly warm. "A date night?" I asked with a soft laugh. "Are you sure you're my husband?" He smiled, a small, contained smile, and let out a quiet chuckle as he leaned against the kitchen counter. "I know it's not my usual thing," he said, "but it's Friday. We're home. I thought it might be nice." There was something gentle in the way he said it, and despite my surprise, a small spark of happiness settled in my chest. It felt good to be thought of, to be chosen. "So," I asked, already imagining candlelight or a quiet walk somewhere familiar, "where are we going?" He paused, his expression shifting just slightly, something unreadable passing behind his eyes. "Going," he repeated. "Oh, nowhere. I've got a movie we can watch. I'll make popcorn." The spark dimmed, but I nodded anyway. He knew I didn't enjoy movies much, but I told myself it wasn't about the activity. It was about the effort. Or at least, that's what I wanted to believe. I sat down on the couch, sinking into the cushions as the house settled around us. The rooms were quiet, wrapped in the low hum of evening. He joined me, carrying an oversized bowl of popcorn, the smell warm and familiar. "What are we watching?" I asked, hoping for conversation, for something that might bring us closer. He hesitated, then said, "You know how I told you I've been trying to be more creative?" He looked almost proud. "I made something. A film." That caught my attention. He had never mentioned this before. I watched him as he pressed play, my curiosity slowly giving way to something colder. The screen flickered to life. At first, I couldn't place what I was seeing. The images were dim, carefully framed, moving slowly. Then recognition settled in, heavy and undeniable. Faces I knew. Smiles I remembered. People who were no longer around. Friends whose absence had never been explained. Conversations left unfinished. My breath caught as another familiar figure appeared. Someone I hadn't spoken about. Someone I hadn't been honest about. I turned my head, just slightly, and looked at my husband. He was watching the screen with quiet satisfaction, his posture relaxed, his eyes bright with focus. He looked content. I faced forward again, my hands rising instinctively to my mouth. The film unfolded with a deliberate calm, scenes lingering longer than they should have. There were moments of confusion, fear, and pleading silence. Nothing was exaggerated. Nothing felt staged. The realism pressed down on me like a weight. This wasn't a story. This was memory. The disappearances. The unanswered messages. The growing sense that something had been quietly wrong for a long time. It all settled into place with a terrible clarity. I stood abruptly, the room tilting as I found my voice. "How could you?" I whispered, the words trembling as they left me. "How could you do this?" He laughed softly, as if I had misunderstood a joke. "I told you," he said calmly. "Actions have consequences. When promises are broken, someone always pays the price." He gestured toward the screen. "Isn't it beautiful? I made it just for you." I took a step back, my heart pounding, my thoughts racing toward escape. But his tone didn't change when he spoke again. "Sit down," he said gently. "Please. If you try to leave, this night won't end well." He smiled, still composed. "Just stay. Be here. Be what you said you'd be." The house was silent except for the low sound of the film continuing to play. I sank back onto the couch, the cushions cradling me as if nothing was wrong, as if this were just another quiet evening at home. And somehow, the world outside that room still felt distant, unaware. The screen eventually went dark, the credits rolling slowly, and my husband reached for my hand as though this were the most natural thing in the world. His grip was warm, steady. The night passed without another word. And even now, as I tell this story in the calm hush of memory, I hold on to the small comforts, the steady rhythm of my breathing, the quiet promise of morning light. Because some stories are meant to be told softly, then set aside, making room for the next one to begin. Some places heal quietly after a tragedy, growing back in ways that look gentle from a distance. New life rises, green and patient, as if nothing painful ever happened there. But sometimes, when you walk slowly enough, you can feel that the land remembers, and that memory still breathes. I noticed it on a calm afternoon, years after the fires that swept through the Bastrop region. From the road, the forest looked young and hopeful, filled with slender trees and soft needles underfoot. I wouldn't have thought twice about it if a friend hadn't suggested a hike. Just a simple walk, nothing ambitious, nothing risky. Sam and I arrived early, when the light was still pale and the air carried a faint chill. The parking area was empty, and the woods greeted us with a quiet that felt respectful, almost careful. We checked our gear out of habit: water, food, a few tools, things that made us feel prepared, even if we didn't expect trouble. The trail ahead stretched gently into the trees, promising a peaceful few hours away from everything else. At first, the hike was soothing. The forest floor was soft, and the young pines whispered lightly as the breeze passed through them. Every now and then, we'd notice older trunks nearby, darkened and scarred, standing like silent witnesses to a past they didn't speak about. There was a calm sadness to them, but also resilience. Life had returned, or so it seemed. Not far in, we noticed the land dip away from the trail, forming a shallow crease where water must have once flowed. Curiosity got the better of us. Carefully, we stepped off the path and moved beneath the low branches, mindful of the thorns and uneven ground. The air felt cooler there, heavier somehow, as if the forest was holding its breath. At the bottom, we found the dry stream bed. It wasn't truly dry, though. A thick layer of moss covered the ground, lush and vivid, glowing softly in the filtered light. The air above it felt damp, alive in a way that didn't quite match the surroundings. Sam mentioned how water must have once gathered there, feeding this little pocket of green. That was when I noticed the movement. At first, it was so subtle I thought it was an illusion, a trick of shadow and light. But as I watched, the moss seemed to shift in slow, steady waves, as if responding to a rhythm beneath it. Not wind, not water, something quieter, something deliberate. We stood there, saying nothing, just listening to the forest breathe. Sam gently tossed a small twig onto the moss. It didn't stay where it landed. Instead, it drifted along the surface, guided by the same slow motion we'd been watching. Neither of us spoke. There was wonder in that moment, and something else just underneath it. Against my better judgment, I reached out and brushed the moss with my fingertips. The sensation was immediate and deeply wrong. A dull numbness spread across my hand, and I pulled back instinctively, my skin tingling as if it had forgotten itself for a moment. I stepped away quickly, my heart racing, and Sam followed without argument. Neither of us laughed it off. Some instincts don't need explaining. We returned to the trail and walked in silence for a while, letting the familiar rhythm of footsteps calm us. Eventually, the feeling in my hand faded, but the unease didn't. The forest felt different now, closer, more attentive. Later, during a short break, we noticed someone standing among the trees ahead. He was still, watching us from a distance, his presence strangely quiet. We called out, expecting a hiker, but he didn't respond. When we looked again, he seemed closer than before, though we hadn't heard him move. Something about that moment felt deeply off. Sam tensed beside me, his voice firm as he told the man to stop. The forest seemed to tighten around us, every sound sharpening at once. When the figure suddenly moved toward us, fast and unsteady, instinct took over. The noise echoed briefly through the trees, then fell silent again. We didn't stay to understand what had just happened. We turned back the way we came, but the trail no longer felt the same. The forest seemed denser, the growth thicker, as if time had folded in on itself. Moss appeared everywhere now, clinging to roots and stones, spreading across the ground in slow, pulsing patterns. As daylight began to thin, the woods filled with a sound that was hard to place. Not quite wind, not quite voice. It drifted through the trees like a shared sigh, rising and falling, surrounding us without direction. We moved carefully, sticking close together, avoiding direct contact with the moss whenever we could. When we reached a small bridge we remembered crossing earlier, it was no longer intact. The structure sagged and broke, leaving only fragments above a wide stretch of that living green surface. With no better option, we used what remained for support, easing ourselves through with slow, measured movements, holding our breath as the ground beneath us shifted gently. We hid there for a long time. Footsteps passed nearby, soft, unhurried, more than one set. We stayed completely still, barely daring to breathe, until the forest settled again. When the air finally cleared, I noticed something resting on the moss nearby, being carried along in those slow waves. I didn't look closely. I didn't need to. The forest takes what it's given. By the time we managed to pull ourselves free, the light was fading. We should have been close to the trailhead, but nothing made sense anymore. Distance felt stretched. Time felt loose. We found a small, quiet place and set up a temporary shelter, clearing the ground as best we could. The night settled in gently, the forest returning to its soft chorus of distant sounds. Sam lay down to rest, and I stayed awake, listening, watching the shadows shift with the breeze. Despite everything, there was a strange calm in that moment. We were still here, breathing, waiting for morning. As I sit with these memories now, I think about how some places don't mean harm. They simply exist in ways we don't yet understand. The woods remember fire. They remember loss. And sometimes they grow back with a hunger that's patient and quiet. But for now, the night moves on, the sounds soften, and the story drifts gently forward, making room for whatever comes next. The mirror reflects someone I almost recognize, as if I'm watching a quiet stranger practice being human. The room is still, wrapped in a soft, waiting silence. Somewhere beyond the walls, a day is beginning without asking how I feel about it. I stand there longer than I need to, letting the moment stretch. My hands move slowly, carefully, as if speed might crack something fragile. Color touches my lips, traces my eyes, smooths over my skin. It feels unfamiliar, heavier than anything I used to wear, like I'm layering myself in something borrowed. I remember simpler mornings. Soft powder, a hint of color, nothing meant to last. This feels ceremonial, deliberate, like I'm being prepared rather than getting ready. I smooth my hair and place a headband gently, almost tenderly, as if crowning myself for a role I never auditioned for. I don't look toward the bed. I know what isn't there. The space presses against me anyway, quiet and persistent, and I let it be. There are too many other things asking for my attention. My mother's voice floats in from the hallway, gentle but firm, reminding me of what must be done. I slide the ring from my finger. The metal leaves a pale imprint behind, a ghost of a promise. When it meets the surface of my desk, the sound is small, sharp, and final. I breathe through it. She appears in the doorway holding the dress, white and structured, more costume than clothing. It doesn't quite belong to me, and I suspect I don't belong to it either. Still, I step into it without protest. The fabric settles around me, loose in places it shouldn't be, heavy where I feel lightest. Her fingers move up my back as she fastens it closed. They're cold, precise, efficient. I shiver despite myself. Shoes follow, clear, rigid, beautiful in a way that feels distant. She turns me to face her, and her eyes are wet. She's dressed in dark colors, as if attending something solemn. Her smile trembles, but she lifts a small camera and captures the moment anyway, sealing it into memory. She tells me I look beautiful. I agree, because it feels easier than anything else. The cool touch around my wrists surprises me, even though I was warned. The metal rests there quietly, undeniable. She murmurs reassurance, words meant to soothe, and links her arm through mine. Together, we step outside. The neighborhood greets us with neat lines and polished surfaces, everything orderly and bright. Faces turn toward me, some curious, some relieved, some carefully blank. Parents smile too wide. Young men and women stand stiffly beside them, dressed for occasions they didn't choose. I keep my expression gentle, pleasant, practiced. A car door closes nearby. A girl is guided inside, her face hidden, her father staring straight ahead as if the road is the only thing left worth seeing. I don't follow them with my eyes. The building we enter used to echo with lockers and laughter. Now it hums with quiet instructions and careful movements. My mother squeezes my hand and mouths a single word. I comply. My smile stays in place as I'm guided forward. Hands settle on my shoulders, firm but not unkind, steering me to a table. Across from me, a man sits down slowly, his posture folded inward. He gives his name without lifting his eyes. I give mine in return. My voice sounds calm, even to me. I mentioned that I was engaged. The word feels distant now, like it belongs to someone else's story. His head snaps up briefly, eyes darting, then softening as he leans closer. He tells me about his own life, the one that ended quietly before this began. There's a shared understanding there, unspoken but heavy. Behind us, chairs scrape. Someone is taken away. Then someone else. The room breathes in and out around us. I realize my hands are trembling only when he reaches out, warm fingers against my cheek. The kiss is brief, careful, almost apologetic. It carries no promise, only recognition. Footsteps approach, measured and decisive. Voices announce conclusions already made. Relief breaks somewhere behind me, familiar and aching. We're separated gently, efficiently. Stickers are removed, decisions finalized. Smiles appear, rehearsed and satisfied. The words "perfect match" float through the air like a lullaby meant to calm everyone else. I let myself breathe again as I'm guided away, the room fading behind me. The lights soften, the noise dims. And as one story settles into silence, another waits patiently to begin, just beyond the next quiet moment. The keys beneath my fingers made only the softest sounds, a gentle rhythm meant not to disturb the quiet hum of the office. My face felt warm, not from effort alone, but from that familiar pressure that comes when time feels thinner than it should. Somewhere beyond my screen, the day was moving forward without asking if I was ready. I could sense my manager before I saw him, the subtle shift in the air as his office door opened and footsteps approached my row of desks. I kept typing, letting the cursor dance faster, hoping momentum itself might buy me a few extra moments. He stopped beside me and spoke in a careful, practiced tone, asking if the presentation was ready yet. I answered without looking away, promising a few more minutes. After a pause, he sighed and walked back, leaving behind the faint scent of coffee and stress. My inbox blinked in the corner of the screen. Dozens of unread messages waited patiently, each one quietly demanding attention. My shoulders ached, my back protested my posture, but none of that felt important. Finishing mattered more than comfort. It always did. The slides were nearly complete when another message arrived. I minimized my work just long enough to respond, buying myself a little more time. Then another notification appeared, and another. Eventually, I stopped aiming for perfect and sent what I had. The relief came slowly, like a breath finally released. I stood and stretched, feeling the tension ease just a little. That was when my manager returned, apologetic, explaining that circumstances had changed. There would be another presentation, a different angle, a new deadline, 30 minutes. I sat back down without arguing. There wasn't time for a break, not even for a moment to gather myself. The office lights buzzed softly overhead as I reopened the software and stared at a blank slide. Then came a sound that didn't belong. It was a high, wavering tone, distant but unmistakable, drifting through the building like a forgotten alarm. No one else reacted. Screens glowed. Fingers kept moving. Only I looked up. At the front of the office, the security desk stirred. A door opened. Somewhere beyond the walls, sharp noises echoed and then faded again into silence. When the guard returned, everything seemed handled. The doors were closed. The quiet resumed. Through the glass, I caught glimpses of movement outside. Slow figures wandering near the far end of the lot, drawn by sound, by habit, by something they barely remembered. The guard calmly guided them away, restoring the careful order that had become routine. I watched just long enough to confirm it was over, then lowered my gaze back to the screen. My manager was approaching again, and deadlines did not wait for the world to end. When the first reports had come in weeks ago, there had been an odd feeling shared by everyone I knew. A brief, almost guilty sense of relief. Life, as we understood it, had been interrupted. Bills seemed unimportant. Schedules meaningless. For a moment, it felt like we had been released from something heavy. That feeling didn't last. Structures were rebuilt quickly. Expectations returned even faster. Work resumed behind reinforced walls and guarded entrances. Outside those boundaries, the world remained uncertain, but inside, nothing had changed. Rent was still due. Messages still arrived. Targets still needed to be met. Protests faded. Routine settled in. The extraordinary became background noise. I realized my manager was standing behind me again, pointing gently at the screen, suggesting revisions, asking if I could start over. His voice was calm, professional, steady. Another notification chimed softly in my inbox. I placed my hands back on the keyboard, letting the familiar motion guide me forward. Outside, the world lingered in quiet ruin. Inside, the lights hummed, the screens glowed, and work continued. Smooth, uninterrupted, and strangely comforting. And as the night pressed softly against the windows, the office breathed on, ready for the next task, and the next story to unfold. The night began quietly, the way most nights do, with the soft hum of the room and the familiar comfort of stillness. I remember thinking how peaceful everything felt, how ordinary my body seemed as I rested there, breathing slowly, letting my thoughts drift. Nothing warned me that the calm was only temporary. Earlier that evening, I had been tired in a gentle, forgettable way. Too much screen time, too many hours repeating the same motions. My hands felt distant, like tools I had been using all day without really noticing them. I stretched my fingers, rolled my wrists, and let the sensation fade into the background as the house settled around me. It started as a small interruption, a faint twitch in one finger, barely more than a whisper of movement. I smiled at myself, assuming it was nothing. Just nerves, just fatigue. I shook my hand once, then again, waiting for it to pass. Instead, it lingered, tightening slightly, as if my finger had momentarily forgotten how to relax. I focused on my breathing, slow and even, listening to the quiet sounds of the night. The twitch returned, spreading a strange awareness through my hand. It wasn't painful. Not at first. It was more like a sensation of unfamiliarity, as though my fingers were no longer entirely in sync with the rest of me. I watched them carefully, fascinated and unsettled all at once. The feeling deepened. My hand seemed to move with a will of its own, subtle and hesitant, like someone testing a new language. I tried to still it, resting it against my leg, but the sensation only shifted, traveling inward, becoming heavier. It felt as though something inside me was rearranging itself, quietly and deliberately. I kept my eyes forward, afraid that looking too closely would make the feeling stronger. My heart beat steadily, almost soothingly, despite the growing tension. I reminded myself that bodies do strange things sometimes, that not everything needs an explanation right away. Still, the awareness spread, and my hand no longer felt like something I recognized. There was a sense of pressure then, not sharp or sudden, but persistent, as if space was being measured, tested, expanded. I could feel movement beneath the surface of myself, slow and thoughtful, like tide shifting far below calm water. It wasn't violent. It was patient. I tried to distract myself by focusing on the room, the shadows on the wall, the steady glow of a distant light, the familiar weight of the air. My fingers continued their quiet exploration, no longer frantic, just curious. The sensation carried a strange intelligence, as though my body was learning something new without consulting me. Eventually, the movement slowed. Whatever had been stirring seemed to settle, growing quiet again. I felt lighter somehow, emptier in places I couldn't quite define, but also calm. The fear softened into a dull, distant thought, like a dream fading as morning approaches. I lay back and let my breathing guide me, trusting the stillness as it returned. The night wrapped itself around me once more, gentle and dark, as if nothing unusual had ever happened at all. And as my thoughts drifted toward sleep, the quiet carried me onward, seamlessly, into whatever story might come next. The evening settles in the way it always does, quietly and without effort, like a blanket drawn slowly across the world. Some memories return only when the noise fades, when the mind drifts and the body rests. This is one of those memories, the kind that waits patiently for the dark and then speaks in a whisper. That day had taken more out of me than I realized at the time. 12 long hours inside an abandoned steel foundry will hollow a person out, leaving them heavy and distant, as if their thoughts are moving through water. The building stood far from the road, forgotten by most, surrounded by weeds and silence. its metal frame groaned softly with every change in temperature, and the air carried a faint scent of rust and old dust, like something that had been sleeping for decades. Inside, the light never felt natural. It crept in through high, cracked windows in thin, pale lines, barely touching the floor. Chains hung motionless from the ceiling, and old machines rested where they had been left, frozen in half-finished purpose. Even in spring, the place held a cold that settled into your bones and stayed there. Phone signal faded the deeper you went, and the quiet grew thicker, heavier, until even your own footsteps sounded intrusive. There were only 3 of us assigned to the site that day. Familiar faces, familiar voices, that made the isolation easier to ignore. We worked slowly, methodically, each of us wrapped in our own thoughts, guided by torchlight and routine. By the time evening crept in, exhaustion pressed down on me like weight, and I sat for a moment on a stack of insulation, letting my breathing slow, letting the stillness wash over me. That was when I heard my name. It came from below, carried through the open space of the foundry. Clear, urgent, a voice I knew well. For a second, I didn't question it at all. In places like that, sound travels strangely, stretching and bending, but the tone felt unmistakable. I stood, leaned against the railing of the mezzanine, and called back, my voice echoing into the shadows. Nothing answered. The lower level lay open beneath me, a vast stretch of concrete and steel fading into darkness. Shadows gathered between machines, and the air felt unmoving, as if the building itself was holding its breath. I called out again, listening as my voice returned to me, thinner and smaller than before. Concern nudged past my tiredness. I told myself it was nothing, that someone might need help, that it was better to check. I descended the metal stairs slowly, each step humming beneath my boots, the sound carrying farther than it should have. At the far end of the foundry, something stood. Not close, just within sight. A shape against the dimness, half-formed, motionless. It looked like a person standing still, as if waiting. I called out again, my voice softer now, unsure. The shape shifted slightly, not toward me, not away, just enough to remind me it was there, and then it slipped gently into shadow. A vibration in my pocket broke the silence. My phone screen glowed in my hand, impossibly bright in the dark. A message explained everything, and somehow made it worse. The others had stepped out. They were off-site. The gates were locked. I was alone. The space around me seemed to expand, the quiet growing deeper, more deliberate. When I looked back toward the far end, the shape had returned, closer now, still without detail, still watching. I didn't wait for understanding. I turned and moved as quickly as my tired body would allow, the sound of my footsteps chasing me up the stairs. Outside, the air felt different, lighter, as if the world had released me. I stayed there until the others returned, letting their familiar voices anchor me again. We laughed it off. Fatigue, imagination. I agreed, because it was easier than saying what I felt. That night, at home, normal life wrapped around me again. Warm water, quiet rooms, familiar walls. I lay in bed, comforted by the presence of family close by, the soft glow of a screen flickering as background noise. Sleep came gently, like it always did. And then it didn't. I opened my eyes to the ceiling above me, unchanged, yet somehow distant. The room felt drained of color, reduced to shades of gray, as though the world had been simplified. Sound was gone. My body felt heavy, unresponsive, resting somewhere just beyond my control. I tried to move, to speak, to call out, but nothing answered me back. A cool sensation brushed across my face, subtle and slow. The air shifted near the wardrobe, where a thin line of light appeared, too sharp, too steady. It didn't behave like light should. It didn't spread. It simply remained, precise and calm. Something emerged from that narrow glow. It didn't approach in steps. It seemed to rearrange the space around it, becoming present without motion. Its form was elongated and indistinct, absorbing the pale room around it rather than reflecting it. Where its face might have been, there was brightness, intense, distant, like looking at something far too luminous to understand. It did not warm the room. It did not cast shadows. It simply existed. I was aware of it the way you're aware of a storm before it arrives, an unspoken pressure in the air. My thoughts slowed, stretching thin, while the presence filled the space without touching me. Then, close to my ear, a sound rose, soft at first, then trembling. A familiar voice, calling my name, wrapped in fear but muffled, as if coming from far away, through layers of sleep and distance. I wanted to respond. I wanted to move. My body remained still. The presence lingered only a moment longer before the room dimmed completely, the light folding in on itself, leaving nothing behind. When I woke, I was upright, breath unsteady. The room returned to its normal colors and sounds. Voices came quickly after, hands on my shoulders, reassurance spoken in calm tones. Everything was as it should be. Everyone was safe. The night passed. Time moved on after that. Sleep returned, mostly undisturbed. The experience faded at the edges, softened by daylight and routine. I never returned to that foundry, and I didn't need to. Some places, once left behind, stay that way for a reason. Even now, when exhaustion settles deep and the world grows quiet again, the memory drifts through my thoughts like distant smoke. Not frightening anymore, just present. And as the night carries me forward, I let it pass, knowing there are many stories waiting in the dark, each one quieter than the last. The quietest stories are the ones that arrive without warning, slipping into your evening like a soft draft through a barely open window. They don't announce themselves. They simply sit with you, patient, waiting for your attention to slow enough to notice them. I found the file by accident on my brother's computer, during one of those ordinary moments that usually fade from memory. I was only there to borrow a charger while he was away for the weekend. His apartment smelled faintly of coffee and dust, the way places do when someone leaves in a hurry. The screen was already awake, the desktop cluttered but familiar, except for a single text file resting in plain sight. It wasn't tucked away or hidden. It was just there, quietly present, named in a way that felt strangely official. I hesitated longer than I should have before opening it. Something about the room felt unfinished, as if someone had recently stepped out and meant to return. When I finally clicked the file, the first line made me sit down, my pulse slowing instead of racing, the way it does when your body senses something before your mind catches up. The words described a moderation action I didn't remember approving, tied to a username I didn't recognize. I've moderated online spaces for years. I know the rhythm of it, the names, the tools, the familiar friction of keeping order. This didn't fit that rhythm. When I searched for the account mentioned, it was already gone, leaving behind the soft digital silence of something erased. As I read on, the file unfolded like a careful record. Conversations between moderators, clipped messages, timestamps hovering around the same early morning hour. Again and again, I saw the same small detail repeated. Someone typing, then stopping, not finishing the thought. Soon after, an account would disappear, or a message would be marked as removed. It wasn't dramatic. It was procedural, almost gentle in how consistently it happened. The original post that started it all had been harmless at first glance. A short reflection about reflections themselves. Faces caught accidentally in screens, webcams, phone glass. The kind of thing people usually laugh off. It had gathered a few comments, some curiosity, nothing more. And then it was gone, pulled so cleanly that only fragments remained in archives and memory. The more I read, the quieter the apartment felt. Outside, traffic passed in a steady hush. Inside, the glow of the screen seemed too bright. I copied the file, telling myself I was just being cautious. When I opened the copy later, there were new lines I didn't remember seeing before. Not many. Just enough to make me scroll back and check. That afternoon, something physical arrived. A photograph lay just inside my apartment door, slipped under the gap where light usually leaks through. It was a Polaroid. The image showed my kitchen exactly as I'd left it that morning. The mug cooling on the table, my laptop half closed, the blinds tilted just enough to let in pale daylight. The angle was wrong, though. It had been taken from inside the room, looking outward. On the edge of the frame, a small note rested on the table, marked with a single word written heavily, as if to make sure it stayed. I told myself it was a coincidence. I took it to a friend who understood cameras better than I did. She examined it carefully and spoke calmly about old film, about light and shadows, about how the mind looks for patterns when it's tired. Her explanation made sense. I thanked her and went home, carrying the photo anyway. The messages from other moderators continued, drifting in late at night. One of them, newer but meticulous, told me about a text file found on an SD card that didn't belong to any device he owned. He spoke softly when we called, his voice worn thin by lack of sleep. He mentioned noticing small delays in reflections, tiny mismatches between movement and image. He laughed it off at first. We both did. A few days later, he stopped responding. Officially, he'd stepped away. Unofficially, his apartment had been found exactly as he'd left it. His computer still on, a cursor blinking in an empty document that contained only a single line, written neatly and without explanation. No one forced the door. Nothing was broken. The quietness of it unsettled me more than any sign of struggle could have. Another moderator, older and steady, warned us gently to stop engaging when we saw certain signs. Archive, she said, then step away. Her messages grew shorter, more fragmented, until they stopped altogether. Her account remained visible, but everything she'd written during those days had been wiped clean, leaving behind only the suggestion that she'd been there. I began cataloging what I found, trying to restore a sense of order. Files behaved oddly. Timestamps shifted. Screenshots changed between openings. A video clip showed a room growing still, then dissolving into static, the small camera light blinking in a rhythm that felt uncomfortably human. Each anomaly was subtle, easy to explain away on its own. Together, they formed a pattern I couldn't quite name. Others reached out from different communities, telling similar stories in calm, careful language. Photographs appearing where they shouldn't. Images of ordinary rooms taken from impossible angles. Always something familiar, always something slightly wrong. Always the same small mark appearing somewhere in the frame, as if to sign the moment. Sleep became difficult. I found myself pausing in front of mirrors, watching for delays that never came. When I reopened the original file, new fragments had appeared again, as though the document itself were quietly listening. I recorded my screen once, just to be sure, and later noticed a line change while the recording played back. No one could explain it. No one tried very hard. We met in person once, a small group sitting around a cafe table, sharing printed pages and quiet reassurances. For a moment, it felt grounding. Then someone produced a photograph of the table itself, taken from a perspective none of us could claim. The meeting dissolved soon after, not in panic, but in something closer to resignation. I tried to stop looking. I backed everything up, labeled it, stored copies far away. For a while, that helped. The nights grew quieter. The sense of being watched softened into something more distant, like a memory losing its edges. Then, one evening, I found the photograph again, resting where I didn't remember placing it. When I turned it over, there was new writing beneath the original mark, faint and tentative, as if added as an afterthought. A single question, written lightly enough to suggest hesitation. I don't know who added it. I don't know when. I've left the records where others can find them, unchanged as much as possible. If they vanish, notice who was present just before they did. Notice the pauses, the unfinished thoughts. Sometimes the absence of words speaks more clearly than anything written. For now, the room is quiet again. The screen is dark. The night outside moves on at its usual, gentle pace. I let the story settle where it belongs, knowing there are countless others waiting patiently in the same soft darkness, ready to surface only when the world grows still enough to listen. A few nights ago, I believed I was writing fiction. I was sitting alone, late in the evening, the soft glow of my screen lighting the room while the rest of the world slept. Outside, rain tapped gently against the window, and the hum of distant traffic blended into a steady, comforting rhythm. I wrote about reflections, not mirrors exactly, but the way we sometimes catch pieces of ourselves living inside screens. Phone glass, laptop cameras, windows after dark. It felt harmless, even poetic, the kind of idea that lingers just long enough to be interesting before fading away. When I posted it, people responded the way they always do. They discussed it, praised it, questioned it. I watched the numbers rise with a quiet satisfaction, feeling that familiar mix of pride and embarrassment that comes with being seen. For a while, it was just another late-night story on the internet, passing from one mind to another. By morning, it was gone. The removal wasn't dramatic. No explanation that made sense. Just a brief notice saying the content wasn't allowed, that it crossed a line I hadn't realized existed. I asked politely what the issue was. The reply was distant, formal, and final. I was told not to repost it. That should have been the end of it. But curiosity has a soft voice, and mine was already awake. I shared a shortened version elsewhere, stripped of anything that might be misunderstood. Again, it found an audience. Again, people talked. And then something shifted, not loudly, not suddenly, but in the way a room feels different after someone leaves without saying goodbye. Messages began to arrive from people who said they were moderators. Their words were careful, restrained, as though each sentence had been weighed before being sent. One of them told me gently that stories like mine had a way of traveling further than intended. Another said they'd seen similar posts before, and that removing them was about keeping things stable. As I read, I noticed the quiet patterns between their messages. Pauses. Replies that stopped halfway through. Accounts that went silent without warning. Nothing dramatic, just absences where conversations should have continued. Days passed, and the unease followed me into ordinary moments. I started noticing reflections more often, not because anything changed, but because my attention had. The dark screen of my phone before it lit up. My laptop camera's small black circle. The way windows at night turn into mirrors, showing you yourself layered over the darkness outside. It all felt normal until it didn't. People who had contacted me stopped responding. Not just online, elsewhere too. One left behind a single message apologizing without explaining why. Another vanished so completely it was as if they'd stepped out of the world between sentences. There were rumors, quiet ones, shared carefully. Rooms found empty, devices left on, screens frozen mid-action as though waiting for a reply that never came. I told myself it was coincidence. Stress. The internet amplifying fear the way it always does. I held on to routine, coffee in the morning, familiar music at night, the steady comfort of small habits. But even then, things felt slightly out of alignment, like a picture hanging just a bit crooked on the wall. Then something arrived at my door. It was a photograph, slid gently beneath the frame. A simple image of my kitchen table, exactly as I'd left it earlier that day. My mug, my laptop, the window behind them. The angle was wrong, though, too close, too personal, as if taken by someone standing where no one should have been. The house had been locked. The night had been quiet. I didn't panic. Not right away. I sat with the photo and listened to the rain, letting my breathing slow. Fear, I've learned, grows louder when you rush it. This felt different. Less like danger, more like being observed by something patient. I stopped posting. I stayed with a friend for a while. We kept the lights low, the television covered, the internet turned off at night. It felt almost peaceful, like stepping back into an earlier, quieter version of the world. And for a time, that seemed to help. But stories don't disappear just because you stop telling them. Sometimes, late in the evening, I still notice my reflection lingering a moment longer than expected in dark glass. Not moving on its own, nothing like that. Just waiting, as if listening. And I understand now that some ideas don't need action to spread. They only need attention and a place to rest. So I'm letting this story settle here, softly, without instructions or conclusions. Think of it as a passing thought, the kind you notice and then allow to drift away. The night is quiet again. The room is still. And somewhere beyond this moment, another story is already waiting, ready to rise gently into the dark, just before sleep takes over. Some doors don't close with a sound. They simply settle into place, quietly deciding the shape of everything that follows. I didn't notice it at first, not on that Tuesday, not until silence began to feel heavier than noise. I lived 2 houses down, close enough to notice patterns without ever really knowing the people behind them. His place had always been modest, a little tired around the edges, but familiar. The kind of house that blended into the street so well you stopped seeing it altogether. When the front door closed and never opened again, the change arrived gently, almost politely. The curtains stayed drawn a little longer than usual. The porch light remained on through daylight and darkness alike, glowing faithfully until it finally burned itself out. At first, the quiet felt ordinary. People keep to themselves. Lives unfold behind walls. But as days softened into weeks, the stillness lingered in a way that felt deliberate. Mail gathered in the box, then overflowed, envelopes bending and slipping onto the porch like fallen leaves. The house seemed to inhale and hold its breath. Inside, though I didn't know it then, he had given himself completely to the rhythm of creation. He wrote in the mornings while pale light filtered through the edges of the curtains. He wrote in the afternoons as shadows slowly stretched across the floor. At night, a single lamp cast a warm circle over his desk, and within that glow, the steady tapping of keys became the only clock he trusted. Stories flowed out of him in many shapes. Long ones, short ones, beginnings that never found their endings, endings waiting for stories that never came. When paper grew scarce, his writing grew smaller. When space vanished, words crept between other words, filling every margin with quiet urgency. The ribbon of the typewriter faded, and he pressed harder, as if force alone could keep the ideas from slipping away. Each sentence felt essential. Each pause felt dangerous. Eating became optional. Sleeping felt like a distraction. The world beyond the walls softened and blurred until it no longer asked anything of him. Time stopped behaving the way it should. Days folded into one another, gentle and indistinct, marked only by the growing stacks of paper near his feet. He believed, calmly, firmly, that stopping would mean losing something precious forever. The ideas came endlessly, softly, like water from a spring he feared might dry up if he turned away. Years passed without ceremony. His body spoke to him in quiet signals. Fingers stiffened, then loosened again. His vision dimmed at the edges, then cleared. A tightness settled in his chest like an unwelcome guest. Each time, he adjusted his posture, took a slow breath, and returned to the keys. The work mattered more than comfort, more than rest, more, eventually, than the body carrying it forward. Then, during an hour that belonged to no clear part of the day, his hands rested on the keys and stayed there. His head lowered gently, as if listening to the machine itself. The final page ended in the middle of a thought, unfinished but untroubled. From the outside, the house remained still. It took time before anyone noticed the change in the air. A subtle shift, a quiet heaviness that lingered too long. When the door was finally opened, the inside revealed itself not as chaos, but as devotion. Words everywhere. Pages leaning against walls, tucked into drawers, layered across furniture. The typewriter sat at the center, and he rested there too, peaceful in his stillness. No one read the pages. There were too many. The weight of them felt overwhelming, impossible to sort, impossible to honor properly. It was easier to treat them as objects instead of pieces of a life. The cleanup was efficient and quiet. Boxes filled, bags closed. Years of careful sentences disappeared into the back of a truck, pressed together and carried away without sound or ceremony. Elsewhere, under calmer lights, doctors worked with practiced care. Parts of him were catalogued, preserved, labeled for future use. They spoke softly, respectfully, doing what they could. In the end, those were the pieces chosen to continue on. Sometimes, when rain settles into a steady rhythm and the street grows still, I think about that house and the man inside it. About how some lives pour themselves entirely into unseen places. About how creation can be both a comfort and a vanishing point. And as the night stretches on, this thought drifts gently aside, making room for the next quiet story, already waiting, already forming, just beyond the edge of sleep. Some stories don't announce themselves as frightening. They arrive gently, like a warm breeze that lingers just a little too long. Even now, when I think back on that day, it feels less like a memory and more like a quiet echo that never fully faded. I've always felt at home in wide, open places. Yellowstone was woven into my life long before I wore a ranger's uniform. As a child, my family visited every other year, and I learned the rhythm of the park early. The slow mornings filled with birdsong, the steady hush of wind through pine needles, the way the land seemed to breathe if you gave it enough time. Becoming a park ranger felt less like a career choice and more like returning to something that had been patiently waiting for me. Most of my work kept me in the northwestern stretch of the park, where the roads thin out and the forest feels deeper, older. My days were usually quiet in the best possible way. I drove long stretches of road, checked trails, watched the sky for signs of smoke, and helped the occasional lost hiker find their way back. There was a comfort in the routine, a sense that everything had its place and purpose. That particular day began no differently. The weather was mild, the light soft and pale beneath a sky that carried an odd muted color. Not threatening, just unfamiliar. Around midday, as I cruised along a familiar road, I noticed a lone hiker stepping out from a trail crossing. He looked unsettled in a way that was hard to define, not panicked, just slightly out of sync with his surroundings. When he waved me down, I pulled over without hesitation. Up close, he seemed young, well-prepared, and calm enough, though his eyes kept drifting back toward the trees. When I asked if everything was all right, he hesitated before telling me about an elk he'd seen along the trail. He struggled to explain why it felt wrong, only that the animal was alone and strangely at ease. It was clear he'd almost said more, then thought better of it. Still, something in his uncertainty stayed with me. An elk by itself wasn't unheard of, but the timing didn't sit right. Early August wasn't when you'd expect that kind of behavior. I told him I'd check it out, offered him a ride back to the station, and watched him decline with a polite smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. As he disappeared back onto the trail, I felt a faint tug of unease, the kind you can't justify but also can't ignore. I radioed in my location and headed down the trail he'd come from. The forest closed around me quickly, tall and dense, the air filled with the soft crunch of my boots on pine needles and dirt. At first, everything felt normal. Cool shade, filtered light, the distant call of birds. Time slipped by easily as I searched for signs of the elk. Gradually, though, something shifted. The air grew warmer, then warmer still, until the cool forest felt dry and heavy against my skin. I stopped walking, suddenly aware of how much I was sweating. The heat didn't feel natural for the setting, as if I'd stepped into a different climate without crossing any boundary. There was no smoke, no smell of burning wood, just a quiet, oppressive warmth that seemed to exist everywhere at once. I considered turning back, radioing in to report the strange conditions, but that was when I noticed a faint discoloration ahead. The forest thinned just enough for me to see it clearly. About 30 feet away stood an elk, young and strong, moving slowly through the underbrush. It appeared calm, almost detached from the world around it. As I watched, I noticed the details that made my breath catch. Its fur looked dusted in pale ash, with darker patches where it seemed lightly scorched. The plants around it curled inward, their edges darkening as if exposed to intense heat, though nothing truly burned. There was a faint sound, like dry leaves settling, and the air shimmered softly. For a moment, I simply stood there, trying to make sense of it all. Then, without warning, the world seemed to exhale. There was a sudden flash, bright but brief, and a wave of heat rolled outward, gentle in motion but overwhelming in presence. I squeezed my eyes shut instinctively. When I opened them again, the elk was gone. In its place, the forest had transformed. Flames rose where it had stood, climbing trees with an unnatural intensity, glowing and alive in a way that felt deeply wrong. I didn't wait to understand it. My body moved before my thoughts could catch up. I turned and made my way back through the forest as steadily as I could, careful not to rush, careful not to fall. The heat followed for a while, then gradually loosened its grip. When I finally stopped, the air felt breathable again, and the forest returned to its familiar hush. The sky had darkened more than I expected. My watch told me it was early evening, though it felt as if far less time had passed. I called in the fire using my satellite phone, giving my location and leaving out the details I couldn't explain. They already knew. A plane had spotted the smoke not long before. Eventually, I found my way back to a ranger station. There were questions, of course, but nothing I couldn't answer carefully. The fire went on to burn for weeks, covering thousands of acres before it was finally contained. That year became one of the worst wildfire seasons the park had seen in decades. Life moved on, as it always does. I kept working. The forest healed where it could. But sometimes, when I'm out on patrol and the air feels a little too still, I think about that elk, about the heat that came without smoke, and the fire that felt aware of itself. I tell myself there are explanations for everything, even the things we don't yet understand. And as the night settles in and the sounds of the park soften into a steady rhythm, that thought drifts away, quietly making space for the next story, waiting just beyond the edge of sleep. Casper Creek was the kind of town that never hurried and never truly let go. I grew up believing the land remembered everything. The fields leaned inward as if listening, the roads curved instead of running straight, and even the wind seemed to pause before passing through. My grandmother used to say the soil was tired, but loyal. If you treated it gently, it would keep you. If you ignored it, it would still keep you, just in a different way. Casper Creek survived by sharing. That was the story everyone told. When winters came early and stayed late, food appeared quietly on doorsteps, wrapped neatly, tied carefully. No notes, no names. It wasn't charity so much as balance. Nothing wasted, nothing forgotten. Those words floated through my childhood like a lullaby. Behind the church sat the meat locker, half buried in the earth, its door painted white and always cold to the touch. When it opened, it cried out in a long metallic sound that carried across the gravel lot. No one ever turned to look. We all learned that early. Some things were useful, but not meant for attention. My grandmother never explained it. She didn't need to. When she sent me to collect a package, she'd smile and say the same thing every time, that familiar reassurance, steady as prayer. And I believed her, because belief was easier than questions. When she passed, the town returned the kindness. Casseroles filled the counters. People spoke softly. Hands lingered on my shoulder just a second longer than usual. I stayed in her house to clean, wanting to feel her presence a little longer, wanting proof that she had truly been there. The house felt smaller without her. Rooms seemed to close in, and used doors staying shut, dust settling like a gentle blanket. In the basement, jars lined the shelves, each one labeled in her careful handwriting. Dates, names, purpose. Some jars were marked simply for the church. In the kitchen, I found butcher paper folded thin from reuse, twine wound neatly on a nail, a marker by the sink. There was a faint stain on the counter, rust-colored and stubborn, as if it had soaked into the surface itself. That night, I dreamed of her humming softly at the sink, the sound warm and distant. After the funeral, the pastor approached me with a gentle smile and a familiar request. My grandmother, he said, had helped keep records. Would I be willing to continue? His voice was calm, practiced, soothing. I agreed before I fully understood what I was agreeing to. The first time I opened the freezer, the cold wrapped around me like a heavy coat. The shelves were full, orderly, precise. Every package was wrapped with care, labeled in black ink. Names I recognized, names I didn't. Time felt thicker in that room, as if it moved differently there. One package near the bottom caught my eye. The handwriting was unmistakable. My grandmother's. I knelt without realizing I had moved, my breath fogging the air. The pastor stood nearby, his reflection wavering faintly in the metal surfaces, his presence steady and patient. She believed in giving back, he said quietly. I wanted to ask questions. I wanted to understand. Instead, I nodded and wrote where he told me to write. Shelf by shelf, date by date. I noticed patterns. After harsh winters, after failed harvests, after years when the town struggled more than usual. Balance, I told myself. Tradition. Survival. That evening, a package appeared on my porch. No name. Just paper and twine, folded with the same careful hands I had known all my life. Inside my kitchen, the familiar motions returned to me easily. I didn't look closely. I didn't need to. The smell was warm, comforting, almost nostalgic. I ate slowly, quietly. The food tasted simple, filling, like something meant to keep you going. That night, I dreamed of the town long ago. Smaller, hungrier, people standing together in the cold, hands clasped, eyes hopeful. Someone stepped forward, and the others looked away, not in fear, but in trust. In the days that followed, people smiled at me more, spoke my grandmother's name with pride. At the church bulletin board, a notice appeared asking for volunteers to help prepare for winter. I didn't tear it down. I didn't take a slip. Not yet. I tried to leave after that. I told myself I would go somewhere louder, brighter, less patient. But every road curved back. Every plan softened and faded. The town didn't chase me. It didn't have to. It simply waited. Now, when I stand at my grandmother's sink, washing my hands as the evening light fades, I understand what she meant. The land listens. The town remembers. And it does not ask for more than it needs. Outside, the fields rustle gently, like a breath drawn slow and deep. Somewhere nearby, the freezer door opens, and its distant cry carries across the quiet. I let the sound pass over me, steady and calm, as the night settles in, making room for the next story. Some nights feel thinner than others, as if the world has been stretched just a little too far. Sound drifts more slowly, lights hum more loudly, and thoughts wander where they usually don't. That night began quietly, the way so many ordinary nights do, without warning of what it would leave behind. I took the night shift at the small mini-mart beside a gas station on a long, empty road in central New Jersey because it was practical, not because it was appealing. The pay was steady, the walk from my house manageable, and most hours passed without much happening at all. After dark, the road fell nearly silent. Cars came rarely, like thoughts interrupting a dream, and because gas attendants handled the pumps, customers almost never needed to come inside. The store felt less like a workplace and more like a waiting room for time itself. My mother worried, of course. She always did. But she trusted the routine, and she trusted Jeff. He was older, familiar, and gentle in a distracted sort of way. He talked too much about small things and moved through the store like someone who had been there so long that the place had memorized him. With Jeff around, the night felt predictable. When I arrived that evening, the store smelled faintly of disinfectant and stale coffee. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, steady and cold. Jeff was near the back, struggling with the staff room door. He looked flustered, cheeks pink, hair pulled tight and shiny under the lights. "Everything okay?" I asked lightly. He nodded, though his eyes darted for a moment before settling. He said the door was jammed, not locked, and mentioned needing tools. Before long, he stepped outside, promising to be back soon. I watched him go, the bell above the door chiming softly as it closed behind him, and then I was alone with the quiet. I set up behind the counter the way I always did. Hoodie folded neatly, phone angled just right, chapstick tucked into its familiar place. The counter was cool beneath my cheek when I leaned forward, the surface faintly sticky in spots from old spills that never quite disappeared. The air was dry, and the hum of the lights wrapped around me like a thin blanket. I noticed a small ring of dried green slushy near my face. A tiny fly caught at its edge, wings still. I nudged it free with a card, whispering a small goodbye, though it didn't move again. The moment felt oddly tender, like acknowledging something that had already passed. The bell rang. I straightened instantly, posture snapping into place. Across the aisles, a man stood briefly in my line of sight. He didn't do anything threatening. He didn't say a word. Still, something about the way he lingered made my shoulders tighten. I reminded myself not to invent fear where there was none. The store was quiet, safe, familiar. Then the bell rang again. A young woman stepped inside. Her presence shifted the air, easing the tension without her needing to do anything at all. She wandered the aisles slowly, murmuring to herself, scanning shelves with distracted focus. The man left soon after, the bell marking his exit, and I felt a release I hadn't realized I was holding. I approached her, offering help. She asked for something spicy, something strong enough to clear her head. Her voice sounded far away, like she was speaking from another room. I pointed her toward the chips. Then she asked about the bathroom. I led her behind the counter, down the narrow hallway with its cluster of doors. For a moment, as she passed under the lights, her face seemed to blur, like an image on a screen struggling to load. I blinked hard. I was used to visual disturbances when a migraine was coming on, shimmering edges, warped shapes, light that didn't belong. I brushed it off and showed her the bathroom, then returned to the counter. Time stretched. The bathroom door stayed closed. My head began to throb in that familiar, warning way. I rubbed my temples and focused on breathing evenly, telling myself the discomfort would pass if I stayed calm. When Jeff returned, his footsteps sounded closer than I expected. He appeared from the back, asking casually how things were going. I mentioned the girl in the bathroom, my voice softer than usual. He nodded and went to check. He knocked. No answer. He suggested I try. I hesitated, then approached the door, knocking gently, hoping she'd respond. When she didn't, I opened it slowly. The bathroom was empty, silent. The air inside felt cooler, untouched. Before I could fully process that, I felt someone close behind me. I turned too quickly, the room seeming to tilt. For a moment, faces didn't make sense. The light bent. My thoughts tangled. Panic fluttered, then stalled, as if even fear had slowed down. Voices overlapped. Footsteps echoed. Keys rattled. I closed my eyes, pressing my palms gently against them, letting the familiar colors bloom and fade behind my lids. When I opened them again, Jeff was there, concern written plainly across his face. The bathroom was empty. Completely. He guided me to sit, helped me breathe, stayed steady while the world wobbled. Eventually, the store was closed early, and he drove me to the hospital where my mother worked. The ride was quiet, the road dark and smooth, the motion calming. Doctors said it was a migraine. Stress. Fatigue. Nothing dangerous. The cameras showed nothing unusual. No customers. No wandering girl. No movement at all, except me standing and walking calmly into the back, alone. I was discharged a couple of days later. Life resumed its shape, or something close to it. As I waited in the hospital lobby for my mother to finish her shift, nurses passed by in soft conversations and steady steps. One of them unpacked her things at the station nearby. Water bottle, nasal spray, a bag of bright red, spicy chips. She looked up and smiled, lifting a hand in a small wave. For just a second, her face seemed to ripple, like light on water. Then my mother came back, and we went home together, the moment slipping quietly into memory, settling there, gentle and unresolved, making space for whatever story might come next, waiting patiently in the dark. Some apartments feel quiet in a comforting way. Others feel quiet like they're listening back. I didn't understand the difference until I lived in that building, where silence had weight and space felt thinner than it should have. I took the apartment because it was affordable and because I needed something simple. The agent smiled brightly as she showed it to me, describing it as cozy, efficient, modern. A single open room with concrete floors, pale walls, and tall ceilings that echoed softly when you moved. The bathroom was the only space with a real door. Everything else blended together, as if the apartment didn't want clear boundaries. I told myself that minimalism would be good for me. Less clutter, less noise, less life to manage. The building itself was solid and still, made of steel and concrete from its past life as a factory. It didn't creak or sigh the way older places do. At night, the only sound was the distant hum of the ventilation system, steady and low, like breathing you eventually stop noticing. That constant noise became my comfort. As long as it was there, the world felt normal. The first strange thing was small enough that I ignored it. I had a dresser against the wall, one of those simple flat-pack ones that always feels lighter than it should. Whenever I cleaned, I pulled it away slightly and then pushed it back flush against the wall. One morning, I noticed it wasn't where I'd left it. It sat a few inches out, just enough to catch my eye. I pushed it back and blamed myself for being distracted. But the next week, it happened again. Always the same distance. Never more. Never less. As if something behind the wall was gently testing how much room it needed. I started paying closer attention. That's when I noticed the panel in the closet ceiling. A small square with a metal ring, supposedly for maintenance. It didn't lead anywhere I could see. I touched it once and felt a faint slickness on the ring, something that didn't belong. I washed my hands longer than usual after that, trying not to think about why it bothered me so much. At night, the apartment felt different. Not darker, just closer. The walls seemed to hold the warmth of the day, and the air felt thick, unmoving. Then I started hearing sounds. Soft ones. Not footsteps or voices. Just quiet clicks and dull, muted shifts, like something slowly adjusting itself. The noises came from the walls, sometimes the ceiling. They were subtle enough that I questioned my own hearing. The landlord told me it was pipes. I wanted to believe him. Sleep became lighter, uneasy. I began waking with small marks on my skin, faint, rounded bruises that appeared and faded without explanation. My doctor suggested pressure, maybe from sleeping strangely. I nodded and agreed, even though the explanation didn't settle anything inside me. The apartment no longer felt empty when I slept. It felt occupied. I tried to prove myself wrong. I left tiny signs, objects placed carefully, things that shouldn't move unless someone touched them. In the morning, they were always disturbed, just enough to make me doubt myself, just enough to make me afraid. One afternoon, while cleaning, I found a photograph tucked behind a radiator. It was blurry and poorly printed, but I knew what it showed. Me. Asleep. The angle was wrong. Too high. Too close. I couldn't bring myself to look at it for long. I called the police. They were polite, calm, unconcerned. They found nothing. When they left, the apartment felt smaller than ever. The worst night came quietly. I stepped out for a short walk, desperate for open air. When I returned, the kitchen light was on. I never left it on. The glow spilled across the floor, pale and watchful. I stood frozen in the doorway, listening. The silence inside wasn't empty. It felt expectant. I noticed the space beneath the cabinets, just a narrow shadow where the floor met the wood. Something about it was wrong. Slightly open, slightly deeper than it should have been. I didn't move. I barely breathed. And then I saw movement. Slow, careful. A shape withdrawing into darkness rather than coming out. I don't remember screaming. I remember running. After that night, I didn't go back. I stayed in a hotel, surrounded by noise and light and people who didn't know my name. Weeks later, a detective called. His voice was tired, gentle. They had found someone living in hidden spaces. Someone who used places like my apartment because they offered forgotten gaps, quiet corners no one checked. Someone who preferred walls to rooms. They told me enough to explain, but not enough to bring peace. I moved again. A new place. Open. Bright. No crawl spaces. No hidden panels. I filled it with sound, music, conversation, the steady presence of life. Still, some habits stayed with me. I measure spaces without meaning to. I listen to walls longer than I should. Silence no longer comforts me the way it once did. Tonight, I'm sitting near a window, listening to rain tap gently against the glass. The room feels calm, safe. The kind of calm that lets your thoughts drift instead of spiral. I breathe slowly and let the sound carry me, reminding myself that this story has ended. And as the rain continues, soft and steady, my mind loosens its grip on that old apartment, sliding gently forward, ready to wander into the next quiet story waiting in the dark. Some places feel like they're waiting for you. Others feel beautiful, complete, and somehow closed. I learned the difference while standing before a machine that claimed it could see every future except mine. I came to that place because it was described as perfect. Towers of pale glass catching soft light, gardens arranged with careful patience, water moving through the city in slow, reflective lines. The air there always felt clean, almost gentle, as if it had been filtered through intention rather than machines. People walked calmly, with purpose, as though they already knew where their lives were going. I wanted that certainty more than anything. At the center of it all was the machine. It wasn't loud or imposing. It didn't glow or hum dramatically. It stood quietly, smooth and pale, like a sculpture designed by someone who believed the future should be calm. You stepped forward, it scanned you, and it shaped a path where you would live, who you would become, how your life would unfold in this place. One by one, I watched people step through invisible thresholds and simply belong. When it was my turn, the machine paused. It told me, in a voice without judgment, that it could not create a future for me there. I tried again, thinking it was a mistake. The answer didn't change. When I stepped forward anyway, something unseen pressed gently against my chest, firm but not painful, stopping me as if the space itself refused me. No anger, no explanation, just a quiet certainty that I did not exist beyond that line. I asked the machine why. It did not answer. It only repeated that no future of mine continued there. Days passed. I stayed nearby, watching. The machine kept working, weaving rich, meaningful futures for others. People smiled as they stepped into lives filled with comfort and purpose. I felt something heavy grow inside me, not rage exactly, but a slow, bitter longing. I wanted what they had so easily been given. I wanted to wake up in that place and know I belonged. Eventually, the machine tried again with me. This time, it showed me something. A future where I existed there, but only barely. A small room, long hours. A life lived on the edges of that beauty, never fully touching it. The machine would not adjust it, would not improve it. This, it insisted, was the only version of me that fit. I rejected it. I told myself it was unfair. I told myself I deserved more. When the machine withdrew the future entirely, returning me to that endless present, I noticed something strange. I wasn't aging. Time passed around me, but I remained unchanged, suspended while everyone else moved forward. I began to think about my past, about my work. I had always told people to accept what they didn't want, to bend themselves gently into lives that hurt them. I called it realism. I called it guidance. Only now did I wonder if I had been teaching people how to disappear inside their own futures. The thought lingered quietly, like fog. Then one day, I saw the machine open a future for someone else. A life perfectly woven into the heart of that place. Without thinking too hard, I followed him, not in body, but in timing, in attention. When he stepped forward, something shifted. The machine hesitated just long enough, and suddenly I was through, not as myself. The life fit, but it felt borrowed. The world looked the same, but the faces around me seemed slightly off, like reflections in moving water. Conversations slipped strangely. Names felt wrong in my mouth. The machine, now aware of the mistake, began to adjust. I felt the future resisting me, tightening like fabric pulled too far. I couldn't move forward anymore. Everything slowed. The city's beauty dulled, its symmetry bending into something uneasy. People passed me, their expressions subtly distorted, as if they were trying to remember me and failing. The machine's presence pressed in from all directions, not angry, just correcting. I stopped, and in that stillness, the pressure eased. I found myself back where I began, the perfect city just out of reach once more. But this time, I felt calmer, tired, maybe, aware. The machine stood silent, no longer trying to fix what I had broken. It simply waited. Now I sit with that moment, breathing slowly, letting the weight of it settle. Some futures cannot be forced. Some doors only open when you stop pushing. The air around me feels quiet again, and the present stretches gently forward, unshaped but peaceful. As my thoughts soften, the image of that city fades, and the hum of the world becomes steady once more, guiding us onward into the next quiet story waiting just beyond the dark. There was a time when I felt chosen, not important in a loud way, but carefully held, as if my existence had weight, and the world had made room for me. I remember believing I had purpose. I remember standing straighter because of it. Long before this quiet place, long before the stillness that followed me everywhere, I was someone who served, someone who endured. The memories of my old life feel distant now, softened like photographs left too long in the sun. The noise, the orders, the endless green shadows of conflict, all of it faded when I thought my journey had finally ended. When I arrived here, it felt like rest. I don't remember a road or a doorway, only warmth. A gentle pressure, like being lifted from cold water into clean air. I remember being held, not roughly, but with curiosity and care. The one who carried me had the face of someone young, almost gentle, and eyes filled with excitement, as if he had discovered something precious without expecting to. I felt safe in his hands, safer than I ever had before. This place, his place, was calm beyond words. Light fell softly from no visible source. The air never shifted unless it wanted to, and there were others like me. Not strangers, not enemies, but familiar souls shaped by struggle and sacrifice. We understood one another without speaking. We believed, quietly and together, that this was where we were meant to be. He visited us often in those early days, watched us with interest, sat near us, sometimes stayed among us as we rested, as though he found comfort simply being close. When his attention lingered on me, I felt renewed, as if something tired inside me had finally been allowed to sleep. Time passed differently there, slowly, kindly, until it didn't. At some point, no clear moment, no single cause, his visits became less frequent. His presence thinned, like a fading echo. The light in the chamber dulled just slightly, enough to be noticed but not enough to alarm. We told ourselves he was busy, that he would return as he always had. But silence has a way of settling into the bones. Whispers began, quiet and uncertain. Not plans, not rebellion, just confusion. A shared ache. We wondered if we had been forgotten, or worse, if we had only ever been distractions. I tried to hold on to gratitude, but even that began to feel fragile. Then one day, the stillness broke. The space shifted, not violently, but with a pressure that made everything feel suddenly wrong. Another presence entered, sharp, overwhelming, full of motion where there had only been calm. The air felt crowded, heavy. I felt small again, the way I had in life, when the world reminded me how little control I truly had. Our keeper stood at the edge of it all, frozen. He looked different then, smaller, afraid. What followed wasn't chaos in the way stories describe it. It was quieter than that. Too quiet. One by one, the others were taken from their places, removed from the order we had grown used to. Their voices didn't disappear immediately. They lingered, stretched thin with confusion and grief, until even those faded into silence. I remember waiting, not screaming, not fighting, just waiting, because there was nothing else left to do. When it was over, the chamber felt empty in a way that hurt to breathe through. I was left behind. Later, much later, our keeper returned. He moved slowly, carefully, as if afraid of disturbing what little remained. He gathered what was left of us, not with cruelty, but with detachment. I felt myself becoming less than I had been, reduced to something decorative, something inert. Eventually, he placed me where he could see me every day. Now I sit here, unmoving, watching time pass without touching me. He doesn't speak to me anymore. He doesn't explain. Sometimes he glances in my direction, and for a moment I almost believe I still matter. But moments pass. I am not a soul here. I am not a brother. I am an object, a reminder of something he no longer wishes to face. And so I remain, suspended in quiet awareness, listening to the soft hum of this place, wondering how devotion turned into stillness. As the light dims and the silence deepens, my thoughts slow, drifting like dust in the air, making space for the next quiet tale, to rise gently out of the dark. Some nights begin quietly, with the kind of stillness that feels heavier than sleep. That is usually when Larry sees us, when his room forgets how to breathe. I don't know why I'm there. I've never known. Whenever Larry slips into that frozen space between waking and dreaming, I appear without warning. The room is always the same. Soft shadows, unmoving air, the faint hum of the world outside his walls. Cloudy Heart is there too, always closer than I am, always calmer. Cloudy Heart sits gently on Larry's chest, not pressing, just present, like a weight made of fog. I stay in the far corner where the darkness gathers, half-formed, watching. I don't enjoy it. It's uncomfortable to exist only as someone else's fear. And yet, every time, there we are, uninvited guests in a moment neither of us can control. What makes it stranger is seeing Larry during the day. At the store, on the sidewalk, in places where none of this should follow us. When our eyes meet, there's always a pause, recognition tangled with embarrassment. I want to say something, anything. But how do you explain that you only exist in the corners of someone's sleep? We don't choose to appear. We never have. When Larry wakes from the paralysis, we vanish. No goodbye. No closure. Just absence, like breath fogging glass and then fading away. That's why the invitation felt wrong. When Larry asked us to come over, truly come over, it felt like stepping through a door that had never existed before. His home was warm, lived in. The smell of food lingered in the air. We sat at his table, hands folded, surrounded by the gentle clatter of plates and silverware. The silence between us felt tighter than the one in his bedroom at night. He cooked for us carefully, as if trying to prove something, or apologize. We ate slowly. No one rushed. No one smiled. Finally, Larry spoke. His voice was calm, but there was something brittle beneath it, like thin ice over deep water. He talked about how he used to think he was consuming too much darkness. Images, stories, endless streams of human suffering. Then he realized it wasn't distraction at all. It was awareness. An awakening to how much quiet harm existed everywhere. Cloudy Heart listened intently. He always does. When Larry admitted he had done something he couldn't explain, Cloudy Heart responded gently but firmly. Everything has a reason, he said. Nothing happens without cause. Larry shook his head. He told us he had crossed a line simply to see if he could, that he had tampered with life in a way that felt irreversible, confusing boundaries that were never meant to blur. He didn't describe it in detail, and he didn't have to. The weight of what he implied settled heavily over the table. I felt cold then, a kind of shame by association. Cloudy Heart looked away for the first time. We stood to leave instinctively, but Larry's voice rose, not angry, just desperate. He reminded us that we visited him uninvited night after night, that we owed him understanding, so we stayed. That night, Larry fell asleep again, and once more, the room reshaped itself around that familiar stillness. Cloudy Heart appeared on his chest. I returned to my corner, but something was different. The shadows felt crowded, uneasy. There was someone else. A figure stood near the foot of the bed, unfamiliar and distorted, as if stitched together by confusion rather than flesh. It didn't move. It didn't speak. It simply existed, an echo of something that should never have been altered. Larry saw it too. This time, when the paralysis lifted, none of us felt relief, because now the room remembered, and the darkness had learned a new shape. Somewhere beyond this quiet moment, another story waits. drifting softly, patiently, ready to emerge when the night deepens once again. Some places feel quiet in a way that listens back. Some windows seem to remember more than they show. I learned this when I first arrived in the city, before I understood how gently the past can breathe. I came to Spain from a small town, carrying a suitcase, a sketchbook, and a lifetime of encouragement from my parents. They had always known I would draw. Every morning of my childhood began with pencil lines and laughter, quick portraits made before breakfast, little moments captured and given back as gifts. Their faith in me felt unshakable, like something that would always exist. On my first evening in the rented room, I placed a framed photo of them on the small table beside my bed. The building was old, its walls holding a soft chill even in warm weather. When I opened the curtains, I saw the cemetery across the street. Stone paths wound between darkened monuments and weathered crypts, shaded by tall trees that whispered when the wind passed through. It wasn't frightening, just solemn, like a place that knew how to keep secrets. For a brief moment, I wondered how I would endure a world without my parents someday. The thought tightened my chest, so I gently pushed it aside, opened my sketchbook, and let my pencil move until the feeling softened. Life settled into routine. Classes at the academy filled my days, and autumn arrived quietly, leaves falling like tired birds onto stone. One afternoon, as I paused by the window, something unusual caught my eye. A procession moved slowly along the cemetery path. It felt out of time, people dressed in deep black, horses guiding a flower-covered platform with careful grace. It reminded me of paintings I'd studied, scenes from centuries past. I told myself it had to be a film shoot. Then I noticed the colors. The scene beyond the glass looked faded, as if viewed through old paper rather than air. When I glanced to the other window, the cemetery looked normal again, empty, crisp, alive with ordinary light. One woman walking beside the procession stopped. She turned her head and looked directly toward me. My breath caught. I stepped back, heart tapping softly but urgently against my ribs. When I looked again, the path was empty. I stood there for a long moment, telling myself I hadn't imagined it. Later, unable to let the image rest, I sketched the woman from memory. Her shape appeared on the page with unsettling ease, a dark figure caught mid-turn. Over the weekend, I slept late. When I opened the window that morning, the cemetery had changed again. Far off, figures moved slowly, working together in silence. Others stood watch, their posture rigid, their presence heavy. It felt wrong to observe, like looking through a veil into something not meant for living eyes. I closed the window, shaken. I didn't want to see cruelty, never had. My parents raised me gently, with care for all life. What I had glimpsed left a hollow echo in my thoughts. Later, when I reached for my phone, a face appeared at the glass. Not angry, not aware, just empty. The gaze drifted past me as though I weren't there at all. That was when I understood. I wasn't being seen. I was only looking. From then on, I learned to be careful. I didn't stare. I didn't react. I observed the way an artist does, quietly, distantly, without emotion. When I drew, I did so from memory, letting the images pass through me without holding on too tightly. At the academy, my professor studied my sketches for a long time. He praised the technique, the restraint, the atmosphere. When he asked why I chose such sorrowful themes, I spoke of history, of remembrance. It was easier than explaining the truth. Sometimes the scenes changed. A modern procession. Familiar music drifting through closed glass. Always, if I reached for my phone, the image vanished. Always, if I showed fear, everything stopped. I began to realize they responded to attention. At night, soft tapping came from the window, tentative and searching. I kept the glass closed, the curtains drawn. I told myself it was only the building settling, only branches brushing stone. Still, sleep came lightly. Eventually, I understood what I had to do. I gathered my drawings, every one of them, and placed them where they could no longer feed whatever watched from beyond the glass. I told my landlady I'd found another place to live. Something newer, brighter. When I returned to my parents' home, the world felt solid again. Warm. Ordinary. Someone else lives in that room now. The walls have fresh paint. The windows shine. But one of them still remembers. Some nights arrive softly, like they're afraid to wake you. Some rooms hold their breath after the lights go out. I learned this in my first week alone. When the quiet began to feel occupied. I had just moved into a small apartment in a new city, the kind of place that still smelled faintly of fresh paint and old dust. Outside, rain tapped gently against the windows, a steady rhythm that made the dark feel manageable. I unpacked slowly, placing familiar objects where they might make the space feel less borrowed. By the time I lay down in bed, the room felt calm enough to sleep. That was when I noticed her. She stood in the far corner of the bedroom, where the shadows gathered naturally, not looming, not advancing, just standing there, facing the wall, her outline barely separating itself from the darkness. She didn't move, didn't sway, didn't flicker. The stillness was so complete that it felt deliberate. I stayed very still, staring, half convinced my eyes were misreading the dark. My thoughts drifted between reason and instinct. Exhaustion can do strange things. New places rearrange old fears. I told myself all of that, quietly, while my heart slowed enough to breathe again. By morning, the corner was empty. Sunlight filled the room, and the space looked harmless, almost embarrassed. I laughed, made coffee, and promised myself I'd stop letting shadows borrow meaning. The next night, she returned. She was in the same corner, but something had changed. Not closer to me, closer to the room itself, as if she were learning its shape. Her clothing hung softly, like fabric that had forgotten how weight works. When I noticed her feet hovering just above the floor, I felt a gentle chill rather than panic. She didn't feel aggressive. She felt patient. On the third night, she shifted, only her head, turning just enough that I could see her mouth slightly open. Not in fear, not in pain, as if she were listening for something very faint, something only she could hear. That was the night I stopped sleeping in the bed. I moved to the couch, left lamps glowing, let the television murmur quietly to keep me company. I didn't tell anyone. There was no urgency to it, no danger I could point to, just the steady awareness that I was no longer alone in my own quiet. A few nights later, I heard footsteps, soft, careful, bare against the floor. They moved slowly, pausing now and then, as if counting steps, learning distance. I lay perfectly still as the sound came closer, then stopped just behind me. The voice, when it came, was gentle and dry, like it hadn't been used in a long time. "Please." I swallowed and spoke without turning. "I don't know what you want." She leaned close, close enough that her presence cooled the air near my ear. "I want my corner back." The next day, I searched for answers. Old building records, forgotten municipal notes, stories that had never been told loudly enough to survive. I learned about a woman who had once lived there, long ago. Someone who had been hidden away, left standing, forgotten in that same corner, facing the wall, waiting for a kindness that never came. That night, I returned to my bed. She was already there, exactly where she belonged. "I'll move," I whispered. "I promise." She turned toward me fully for the first time. Her face wasn't frightening, just incomplete, like a memory that had faded before it was finished. "You already did," she said softly. The room grew heavy, as if the air itself had decided to rest. My thoughts slowed. My body followed, gently, obediently. There was no fear, only a sense of yielding, like stepping into a role that had been waiting. When awareness returned, I was standing in the corner, facing the wall. Behind me, I heard someone breathe, steady, human, relieved. A bed shifted. The light clicked off. And somewhere, very close, someone finally slept peacefully again. As the room returned to the quiet it had been holding all along. Some memories return only in winter, when the air grows quiet and the nights stretch long. They arrive softly, like snowfall, settling into places you didn't know were still open. Before that year, Christmas was something I tried not to want too badly. Hope felt expensive. My mother worked long hours, sometimes 2 jobs stacked back to back, coming home with the scent of cleaning chemicals and old coffee clinging to her coat. No matter how tired she was, she always decorated our small apartment. A thin tree from a discount lot leaned slightly to one side, and the lights blinked as if they were unsure whether to stay on. Every year, the gifts grew smaller. Practical things. Thoughtful, but light enough to fit in one hand. My mother always apologized, her voice careful, her eyes bright in a way that made me look away. She promised things would improve. I always told her I understood. But quietly, I believed something else. I thought Santa had decided I wasn't good enough. That belief cracked one afternoon behind the bike racks at school, when Travis Murchison leaned in close and lowered his voice like he was sharing a secret meant to survive only once. He said Santa wasn't real the way people thought. He said Santa was something darker, something that rewarded the wrong things. At first, I laughed it off. Travis enjoyed frightening people, but his words lingered, floating back to me that night as I stared at the ceiling. I thought about the kids who misbehaved, the ones who bragged about expensive toys. I thought about how careful I had always been, how helpful, how quiet. Sleep came slowly, and when it did, it was thin and restless. If goodness had been a mistake, I decided, then maybe I could fix it. I made small changes at first. Taking candy without paying. Saying things meant to sting. Letting accidents happen that weren't really accidents at all. Each choice felt strange, like wearing clothes that didn't quite fit, but I told myself it was temporary. Just until Christmas passed. My mother noticed, of course. She always noticed. She asked questions. She cried when she thought I couldn't hear. One night she held my face in her hands and asked where her child had gone. I almost told her everything then. But the calendar was already too close to the holiday. On Christmas Eve, she fell asleep on the couch in her work clothes, the television humming quietly. I lay awake in my room, listening to the building settle and sigh. Near midnight, a sound came from above us. Not footsteps, but a slow, heavy shifting, like something carefully finding its balance. A faint red glow seeped into the hallway, warm and dim, as though the apartment itself were breathing. I stepped out of my room. A tall figure stood near the tree, its shape bent slightly, its outline softened by shadows. Its covering looked like fur, but not the kind you'd find on an animal. Darkened, uneven, as if time itself had singed it. The air smelled sharp and cold, with a hint of smoke. Beneath its hood, curved shapes caught the light, smooth and unfamiliar. It placed a sack beneath the tree. The sound was dull and heavy, final in a way I didn't understand. I closed my eyes, holding my breath until the silence returned. Morning arrived gently. Sunlight filtered through the curtains. The apartment looked ordinary again. Under the tree were gifts I had never expected. Bright boxes, unfamiliar shapes, things I had only imagined before. My mother cried when she saw them, laughing and apologizing all at once. She told me she'd been saving quietly for months, working extra shifts so I wouldn't feel forgotten. I hugged her and told her she was perfect. I never mentioned the night. Now, years later, I understand more. About effort. About sacrifice. About how easy it is for children to explain the world in simple stories when the truth feels too heavy. I know there's no Santa the way we picture him, no creature slipping through the dark to judge us. And yet, on certain winter nights, when the wind moves slowly across the roof and the house grows very still, I remember that red glow in the hallway. I remember the quiet certainty of that moment, and I wonder, gently, without fear, what I really saw, and whether it ever truly left. Silence had learned to move differently now, carrying weight, carrying waiting. Even before the sounds began, he could feel that something in the dark was listening. He worked steadily, without panic, moving from window to door with the patience of someone who had already learned what haste could cost. Each wooden board pressed into place with a dull, tired groan, as if the house itself was aware of what was coming and chose not to argue. When the final nail went in, he paused, breathing slowly, telling himself that this time would be different. This house would hold. It wasn't his home. Not really. The mobile home he'd lived in before was gone now, reduced to scattered metal and silence. This place had been empty when he arrived, abandoned in a way that felt sudden rather than planned. Signs of a family still lingered, shoes by the door, drawings taped to the fridge, a child's handwriting on a calendar. Only one of them had still been here when he arrived. He tried not to think about her. His body felt heavy, as though sleep had been postponed for too many hours in a row. Every muscle carried a dull ache, and his thoughts drifted more than he trusted. The morning had been close, far too close, and the memory left him unsteady. The floor bore faint, dark impressions where insects had fallen earlier, their fragile shapes marking where he had passed through the room again and again. When it felt safe enough, he had carried the girl outside and placed her gently in the shed. He hadn't been able to look for long. Her skin had taken on a strange, dry stillness, her features hollowed by something that had taken far more than life. He closed the door quietly, hoping the distance would also close the memory. By now, he knew this wasn't an isolated thing. Whatever had swept through the area had moved with impossible speed. The news had tried to explain it, using calm voices and careful language, but reality had outpaced every warning. It had reached the countryside, then the town, then the street, all in a matter of days. Preparation had been a luxury no one had time for. At the kitchen sink, he rinsed his arms slowly, letting cool water run over the small marks scattered across his skin. He poured antiseptic over them, watching it foam gently, breathing through the sharp sting. He told himself the discomfort was manageable, That pain meant he was still here, still breathing, still choosing to stay alive. The basement felt safer than the rest of the house. Underground, without windows, wrapped in a kind of quiet that felt almost kind. He settled there as evening thickened into night, sitting beneath an old blanket with a dim lantern casting warm, unsteady light across dusty shelves filled with forgotten objects. Photos stared back at him from another time, faces frozen in ordinary happiness. Hours passed. At first, the sound was almost comforting. A soft tapping, like rain finding its way onto the roof. He listened to it lazily, half drifting, until the rhythm grew heavier, more insistent. The tapping multiplied, spreading, becoming dense enough to feel. It echoed faintly down the stairwell, vibrating through the towels he'd packed beneath the door, each sound landing like a quiet warning. He wiped sweat from his temple and wondered if exhaustion was playing tricks on him. Sleep deprivation had a way of turning fear into something creative. Maybe this was just that. Maybe he would wake up soon. Then he heard it. A single, delicate buzz near his ear. He turned slowly, heart tightening, and saw one small shape pass through the lantern light before disappearing into shadow. His fingers tingled. His spine felt cold. He stayed very still, listening as another joined it, then another, the sound building not in volume but in presence. He covered his face instinctively, swatting gently when he felt movement too close. The air seemed to thicken, alive with motion. When it became too much, he pulled the blanket over himself completely, sealing out what little light there was. In the dark, sound took over. Wood shifted above him. Boards complained under growing pressure. Somewhere upstairs, something gave way with a long, tired crack. The buzzing swelled, no longer scattered, but unified, like a single breath drawn by many wings. The door at the top of the stairs began to shake. He pressed himself closer to the floor, unsure if he was crying or just breathing unevenly. The noise surrounded him now, filling every corner of the basement, vibrating through the walls. The final barrier gave in with a heavy, echoing crash, and the sound rushed downward like a tide. The blanket grew heavy in his hands, pressed from all sides by something that moved together, insistently, without anger or mercy. His strength faded quickly, exhaustion claiming what fear had left behind. When the covering slipped away, he felt only warmth and weight, as though being submerged. His thoughts drifted. The girl's face returned to him, not in horror, but in understanding. Her eyes, wide and distant, reflected a truth he hadn't been ready to accept then. Now, as sensations softened and the world narrowed, he felt the same quiet realization settle in. The sounds blurred. The darkness deepened. And slowly, gently, everything went still, as the night carried on, ready for the next story to begin. The room is quiet in a way that feels rehearsed, as if the silence has been instructed to behave. Even when someone is sitting across from me, even when words are spoken, the quiet never fully leaves. It lingers, patient and observant, like it's waiting for something to resume. Yesterday, I was allowed a visit. Not an ordinary one. Nothing about my life has been ordinary for a long time. There were rules and checks and careful procedures that everyone pretended were routine. Ace, someone I once knew before everything fractured, stood patiently while guards inspected him. His belongings were taken, one by one, until he looked lighter somehow, like pieces of the outside world had been peeled away. I watched from my bed as this happened, feeling both grateful and ashamed. Grateful that he had come at all. Ashamed that coming to see me required this much effort. My mother hovered nearby, tense and alert, her eyes darting between Ace and the guards as if danger might suddenly announce itself. She used to be softer, warmer. I remember a version of her that laughed easily and smelled like sunscreen and clean laundry. That version feels like a story someone else told me. Now, she keeps distance even when she hugs me. Gloves. Careful movements. A voice that sounds trained to remain calm. Ace finally sat down, stiffly, in the white chair across from my bed. He tried not to stare, but my room makes that difficult. It hasn't changed much since I left it years ago. Posters from another era. Decorations chosen by a younger version of me who thought the future was loud and bright and inevitable. Everything frozen in place, like proof that time moved on without asking permission. When my parents left us alone, the air shifted. Ace exhaled, long and shaky, like he'd been holding his breath since he arrived. He asked me what happened, not casually, not gently, just honestly. So I told him, slowly, the way I've learned to tell things now. I explained that there was a night, long ago, when something went wrong during a school performance. Not wrong in a way that could be fixed. Wrong in a way that split people apart. I told him about the weeks that followed, the confusion, the quiet interviews, the decisions made by adults in rooms I never entered. I told him about waking up somewhere white and unfamiliar, with my thoughts softened and rearranged. About a program designed to help, or correct, or restore. About a voice that spoke to me kindly while deciding what memories I was allowed to keep. The details have blurred over time. That might be intentional. I remember sensations more than images now. Bright lights. Gentle instructions. The feeling of being guided through my own past like a museum exhibit curated by someone else. Ace listened without interrupting. His face shifted between recognition and grief, as if he'd been carrying his own version of that night all these years. Sometimes, as I spoke, my body reacted before my mind did. A tightening in my chest, a distant nausea, a sense that something unfinished was pressing against the edges of the present. But I stayed grounded. I've learned how. Ace admitted that he hadn't really moved on. That something inside him stalled the moment the curtain fell all those years ago. He described feeling empty afterward, like a color had been removed from the world and never returned. When he spoke, I understood. Not because I agreed with everything he said, but because I recognized the shape of the loss. Before he left, he asked me one last question, whether I thought any of it was truly over. I didn't answer right away, because some nights, when the house is quiet and my thoughts drift, I still feel like I'm standing on the edge of something unresolved. Not dangerous, not loud, just waiting. Ace squeezed my hand before he went. A real gesture, solid and warm. When the door closed behind him, the silence returned to its practiced stillness. I lay back against my pillows and let my breathing slow. The past didn't rush me. It never does anymore. It knows where I am. And as the room settled, as the night stretched onward, I allowed the quiet to carry me gently forward, ready, when the time comes, for the next memory to surface, and the next story to begin. The last night of the year usually carries a gentle excitement, the kind that hums softly in the background. Laughter feels warmer, lights glow a little longer, and everyone seems to believe the future will be kinder. That night began the same way, wrapped in comfort and easy joy, with no warning of how quietly things could change. A friend of mine, Aurora, had invited me to celebrate at her house. She lived in one of those homes that felt open and welcoming the moment you stepped inside, filled with warm light and familiar voices. I remember how carefully I got ready, how light my thoughts felt, how certain I was that the night would be simple and happy. It felt good to be included, to be surrounded by people who were laughing and making plans for the year ahead. When I arrived, Aurora greeted me with a smile that felt genuine and effortless. She introduced me to friends I knew well and others I'd never met before. It didn't matter. The air was relaxed, filled with quiet music, gentle conversations, and the soft clinking of glasses. Outside, the night was calm and still, as if the world itself was holding its breath for midnight. Time slipped by unnoticed. We talked about hopes, about changes we wanted to make, about dreams we were almost afraid to say out loud. I felt safe there, buoyed by the warmth of company and the promise of something new just beyond the clock. But eventually, responsibility tugged at me. I had to leave earlier than planned, even though part of me wanted to stay and let the night stretch on forever. I hugged everyone goodbye, stepped out into the cool air, and climbed into my car. The streets were quiet, darker than they had been earlier, with most people tucked away indoors. I remember starting the engine, still smiling to myself, unaware of how alert I would soon become. It was only a few minutes into the drive that I noticed another car behind me. It was dark, almost blending into the night itself, its shape barely defined beneath the streetlights. At first, I thought nothing of it. Roads overlap, destinations coincide. That's normal. But as I turned, then turned again, the car stayed with me, always there, never passing, never falling back. A soft unease settled in my chest. I tried to keep my breathing steady, telling myself there was a reasonable explanation. I drove through familiar neighborhoods, taking slow, deliberate turns. Still, the car followed, silent and patient, like it had nowhere else to be. My thoughts raced quietly as I headed straight for my apartment. All I wanted was to be inside, behind a locked door, surrounded by walls that felt solid and real. When I parked, I didn't linger. I stepped out, moved quickly, and let myself inside, locking the door with a trembling hand. From the safety of my room, I watched through the window. The car was there, unmoving, its presence heavy but distant. Minutes passed. Nothing happened. No doors opened. No lights flashed. Eventually, my fear softened into uncertainty. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe I had imagined the tension, letting the night play tricks on my tired mind. I lay down, trying to rest, letting the quiet settle around me. The world felt still again, almost peaceful. Then came the knock. At first, it was gentle enough to ignore, easy to dismiss as someone confused or mistaken. But it returned, heavier this time, more insistent. I stayed silent, listening. The sound grew louder, filling the hallway, followed by a voice raised in a way that didn't sound right. It wasn't angry or demanding. It was raw, strained, unsettling in a way that made my skin prickle. I didn't move. I barely breathed. The moment stretched, thin and fragile, until finally the noise stopped. Silence returned, thicker than before. When I gathered the courage to look outside again, the street was empty. The dark car was gone, leaving no trace that it had ever been there at all. The night had smoothed itself over, as if nothing had happened. In the days that followed, no one believed me. Friends laughed it off, neighbors shrugged, and no one else had seen or heard a thing. There were no explanations, no answers that settled my thoughts. All I know is that the memory stays with me, quiet but persistent, like a shadow at the edge of my awareness. I move more carefully now. I pay closer attention to the spaces between moments. And as this story drifts to a close, the night carries on, calm and watchful, ready to unfold another quiet tale beneath the steady rhythm of time. The end of the world did not arrive with a scream. It came softly, through a screen, in a room where people had been laughing only moments before. Even now, when nights are quiet, I remember how time seemed to slow, as if the universe itself paused to watch. That evening began in a familiar place, warm and dimly lit, the kind of bar where conversations blend into a low, comforting hum. A television hung high on the wall, forgotten background noise above raised glasses and half-heard resolutions. Outside, the year was turning, and inside, we felt safely removed from the rest of the world, wrapped in routine and comfort. Then the broadcast changed. The voices on the screen grew strained, then hushed. Words appeared that didn't quite make sense at first, spoken too carefully, too slowly. Images followed, distant, abstract shapes viewed from far above the earth. I remember leaning forward slightly, my body reacting before my thoughts caught up, a quiet unease settling into my chest. The room grew still. On the screen, something separated, multiplied, and fell. Not dramatically, not loudly, just with a terrible certainty. There was a moment where everything seemed suspended, stretched thin like breath held too long. Then light filled the image, so bright it washed away detail, shape, meaning. No one spoke. Glasses slipped from hands and shattered softly against the floor, the sound strangely small. A few people sank into chairs or onto their knees, as if gravity itself had changed. I stood frozen, unable to move, unable to look away, my thoughts dissolving into a single quiet disbelief. This isn't real, I told myself. It can't be. The screen showed vast clouds rising where cities had been, places I knew by name, by memory. The anchors' voices trembled, then disappeared entirely as the feed cut in and out. Somewhere nearby, someone began to cry. Another voice rose in a sharp, broken sound that didn't feel human at all. The room dissolved into confusion, but I remained still, watching as more locations vanished from the map, one after another, like lights being gently switched off. When the screen finally went dark, the world seemed to follow. I don't remember leaving the bar. I only remember light, pressure, and then nothing at all. When awareness returned, it was slow and heavy, like waking from a deep, uneasy sleep. I found myself surrounded by silence so complete it rang in my ears. Buildings stood broken and hollow, streets unrecognizable beneath a fine gray layer that coated everything evenly, softly, like snow after a long night. I walked without purpose, my mind distant, calmly noting what remained and what did not. It felt unreal, as if I were drifting through a carefully constructed dream. Somewhere nearby, raised voices briefly cut through the stillness, then stopped. I turned away and kept walking, guided by instinct alone. Eventually, I found a vehicle still capable of moving, stocked with supplies meant for someone else's survival. I did not think about it for long. I simply drove. My family lived far away, in a large city I knew too well. Logic told me what I would find there, but hope, quiet and stubborn, refused to loosen its grip. As the road stretched on, the landscape changed. What had once been green and alive now stood muted and bare, stripped down to memory. I had always loved the quiet of nature, the way it breathed, the way it listened back. Driving through that emptiness, I felt something inside me grow still, like a candle finally going out. Please, I thought, not knowing who I was asking. Please let them be safe. When the city finally appeared, it was not really a city at all. Just shapes, shadows, and an endless blanket of pale dust. I stood where my family's home should have been, unable to tell one place from another. There were no voices, no movement, only wind, brushing softly across what remained. I wandered until my feet brought me to the outer edge, where a few structures still stood in partial form. I didn't know what I was looking for anymore. Perhaps nothing. That was when I noticed the door. It stood alone, set into a broken wall, smooth and dark, untouched by the devastation around it. Its handle was pale, almost luminous against the metal surface. It felt intentional, recent, out of place. I rested my hand against it, feeling solid coolness beneath my fingers. I knocked once, gently. No response. After a moment, I opened it and stepped inside, closing it behind me out of habit. The space beyond was dim, quiet, intact in a way the outside world was not. I took a few steps forward, then turned, and the door was gone. In its place stood an ordinary brick wall, aged and unremarkable. I pressed my palms against it, my heartbeat slow but steady, grounding myself. Panic hovered, but did not take hold. I told myself there would be another exit. As I moved through the building, I noticed how preserved everything felt. Worn, yes, but not destroyed. Time had passed here gently, rather than all at once. Light eventually led me forward, spilling through an opening ahead. When I stepped outside, the world changed. Grass brushed my ankles. Trees swayed gently. Buildings stood whole and familiar. The air was filled with sound, voices, distant traffic, birdsong weaving through it all like a lullaby. I sank to the ground, breathing in deeply, letting the moment wash over me. Life had returned. Or perhaps I had gone somewhere else entirely. People passed nearby, casting curious glances at my ash-covered clothes. I asked a stranger a simple question, then another. Each answer matched the last. The date. It was a time before everything ended. Understanding settled slowly, heavily, but without panic. I lay back in the grass and stared up at the sky, so blue and endless it hurt to look at. I knew then what the door had given me, and what it had taken away. I had seen what was coming, and I could not change it. As night fell, the park lights flickered on one by one, calm and ordinary. Somewhere, far away, the future waited patiently. And as this moment fades into the next, the world keeps turning, carrying us quietly toward the door we will all one day pass through. Some stories don't announce themselves loudly. They arrive the way dust does, quietly settling into corners you don't think to check. At first, You barely notice them at all. Then one night, you realize they've been there the whole time. I first became aware of the deaths through the news, the way most people did. Small articles, easy to scroll past, tucked between weather updates and road closures. The faces stayed with me, though. A young woman smiling into sunlight, a man caught mid-laugh in a candid photo, an older gentleman standing beside a car he must have repaired himself. They felt familiar, like people you might pass in a grocery store aisle and nod to without ever knowing their names. During the day, I told myself it was just the nature of living in a small desert town. Everyone feels connected somehow. At night, though, my thoughts wandered. The quiet stretched longer than it should have. The wind outside my window whispered through dry brush, carrying that faint metallic scent the desert has after sunset. That's when the dreams began. They were never loud or frantic. No panic. No chasing. Just stillness. In one, I stood beneath a vast night sky, stars sharp and cold, the earth beneath my feet firm and unyielding. The air felt ancient, heavy with silence. Someone lay nearby, not frightening, just absent. Their hand rested open against the ground, and nestled in their palm was a pale, dried flower. Its petals curled inward like it was protecting something fragile inside itself. I would wake before the dream could explain itself, my sheets cool, my heart steady, yet my mind unsettled. I told myself it was coincidence, that my imagination was stitching together scraps from the headlines. Still, the same image returned again and again, reshaped but familiar. Always the same flower. Always the same quiet. My bakery stayed open through it all, its windows glowing softly before dawn as ovens warmed the air with sugar and butter. Customers spoke more softly these days, voices lowered as if the walls might be listening. I smiled, handed over change, asked polite questions. I did everything I could to keep things normal. Normal felt important, like an anchor. Sometimes officers stopped in for coffee. Their radios hissed quietly, a sound I'd grown used to, almost comforted by. One afternoon, I overheard a fragment of conversation, just a few words, about something found with the victims. Flowers. Desert roses. I felt a chill then, subtle but unmistakable, like stepping into shade after standing too long in the sun. I nodded along, pretending it was new information, pretending my dreams hadn't already whispered the same detail to me. After that, sleep came heavier, deeper. I would wake with a faint impression of grit on my tongue, the imagined scent of dry earth clinging to my thoughts. Once, I found a trace of dust on my bedroom floor and laughed it off, telling myself the desert had a way of sneaking indoors. Then one afternoon, a man and his daughter came into the shop. The bell chimed softly above the door. The girl stayed close to him, her posture small, her eyes fixed somewhere just below the counter. He spoke for both of them, his voice filling the space. He wanted something specific, something I didn't have time to prepare. When I told him that, his jaw tightened. The girl flinched, not enough to draw attention, but enough that I noticed. Something in me shifted, quietly, like a scale finding its balance. I told him I could make it work after all. That night, I slept without dreams. No desert, no wind, just a deep, peaceful darkness. When morning came, the world felt lighter, clearer. I scrolled through my phone as sunlight crept across the wall, and that's when I saw the headline. Another name, another face. This time, one I recognized. I sat very still, letting the realization settle slowly, gently, the way heavy things sometimes do. A memory surfaced, something the man had muttered in the shop, sharp and dismissive. The girl's silence afterward, her eyes on the floor. I stood, moved through my routine, unlocked the bakery, and opened the refrigerator to begin the day. Cool air washed over me. On the top shelf sat a small glass jar my aunt had left behind years ago, filled with dried desert roses. There were fewer than before. I stared at the empty space, the quiet hum of the refrigerator filling the room, and for a long moment I didn't feel afraid. Just thoughtful, reflective. Outside, the morning wind stirred the dust along the street, carrying it onward, toward places unseen. And as I turned back to my work, I wondered, softly, distantly, what other quiet stories were already on their way, waiting patiently to be told next.